All right, everybody, welcome back. We are getting into picks and bans for game number one of a potential five to be Rivals versus CG Aristocrats tonight. My name is Fury. I'm going to be on play-by-play. Alongside me is none other than the bully. Traxon has decided to ditch me. Bully, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, he decided to ditch you on a best of five night.
I
I
know,
don't
right?
think it
Wow,
was.
what
I
a
think it was
shocker.
intentional. But yeah, it's a great day. We have some exciting series, especially every time we get into playoffs. We definitely have some exciting series. Could go to best five games, and it keeps us all keeps us up all night. But it's a
Yep.
fun time.
I mean, both nights in a row for Diamond and Plat. We've been streaming until 1:30 in the morning. We'll see what happens tonight. These guys are definitely flying through the picks and bans, though. We're seeing a lot of ADCs taken out right off the bat. We've got the Twitch, the MF, and the Jinx taken off. Rivals going to go for the Xayah first pick, and CGA going to take out that Rakan, so they don't see the duo.
Yeah, but I'm gonna guess it's gonna be the lethality Xayah, the Eclipse. Manamune Xayah, which is what's gonna get nerfed next patch because it
Right.
is a very safe pick. It's a very utility pick that does a ton of damage. But Jin Rakan picked up for the Clown Gaming Aristocrats.
Not a terrible pick, Jin Rakan. I think there could be better synergy with Jin, or even just a better ADC with Rakan, but Jin's been very strong. Khan's usually a pretty solid pick in the support, especially with that quickness. See what rivals pick to counter. If they go straight for the support, or if they're gonna maybe wait and pick jungle.
Well, about the Jin pick is you're gonna see Xayah that wants to scale up a little bit,
Hmm.
get more points in the Q first, and then get points in the E second. It's like Jin has that potential early on to punish any Xayah lane, but picking up that Nautilus looks for a great burst opportunity early on for the Xayah Nautilus lane.
That's very true. Yeah, they could easily stop any kind of Rakan engage. Lux, however, going to get picked up here. More than likely, going to be going mid with that. So the blind pick in the first round for the Lux is a bit of a strange one, as we do see Urgot taken. More than likely, going to be thrown up into the top side.
If I remember this correctly, I think Easton 8 plays Rakan mid.
Oh yeah, they're just going to go the full burst Rakan mid.
I don't remember correct 100%, but I know someone used to play a lot of Rakan mid, and I think Easton was that player that played a ton of off meta stuff.
Is that something that could still be considered good? Like, I mean, I know in theory it's good. I've seen some people play it and it does a lot of damage, but like, is this something that could work potentially in this game?
Maybe it wasn't Easton. I lied. All right. I
No,
think it's
not Easton.
yeah. But he did play a lot of crazy stuff.
Well then, we'll see what happens here. My money's still kind of on the Rakan support, Lux mid here, but we'll see what happens. Poppy banned out from the side of Rivals, not wanting to see that Poppy into the Urgot. Very smart move. Final ban coming through here as mainly mid bans come out from CGA. Diana, LeBlanc. Well, I guess Diana's kind of a split, but Victor and Vigar.
Yeah, a lot of mid lane bans already in this game. I'm gonna guess that Diana was more towards the mid lane
Mhm.
or jungler, but it overall, picking out these power picks, the Veigar, the Victor, very safe laning phases and does a ton of damage later on. But or getting picked up, getting face against the Urgot.
Yeah, I don't know that I like the Ord pick into Urgot. It could work for sure, but I think if Urgot gets any slight lead in the early game, Orn's gonna have a very hard time coming into the mid-late game. All he has to do is survive for a bit, get his jungler to come in, harass Urgot a little bit, so that way they're not equally scaling and just farming for free the entire time. See how that works out as Syndra gets hovered here into the Lux pick.
Yeah, Syndra is a very good pick early on, but Lux does so much against Syndra. If that's a Lux mid, Syndra does have some kind of problems early on against Lux, especially with the burst that Lux has to offer at level 6. Syndra's range cannot match Lux.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that pick as well. I guess if you can dodge those skill shots Playing as Syndra, you're fine because the one-shot potential against someone like a Lux is just as strong as Lux's one-shot potential into Syndra. It's just going to be a 50-50 lane with whoever's playing better than the other as
Yeah,
J4 gets picked up.
the only problem is like Lux just needs to hit one Q and you're just gonna have a ton of follow-up damage. Syndra will need to hit the scatter the weak to be able to walk up to, you know, use her unleashed power. So it's gonna be a very dangerous place. If one of these champions gets ahead early on, it should be a hard advantage for that champion.
What just happened on CGA?
We're gonna look, and I think that's an orange jungle. I think that's an orange jungle. I think they baited us,
I
and
definitely think they did. Yeah.
I've seen some people pick it, um, and they go like I've seen some people play glacial orange jungle.
All right, that should be a fun game one. Yeah, I don't think there's any way that it's anybody but Ornn in the jungle. I think he's the only viable person to go into the jungle in
I mean,
in this draft anyway.
yeah,
But yeah, rivals maybe a little bit confused as to what happened there. It doesn't really work out that well because Ornn was quote unquote picked into Urgot, but that was after Urgot was already picked, so it doesn't really throw a wrench into Rivals draft at all, if that makes sense.
yeah, it's there's definitely a bait pick to see if they're able to do it, but it plays off with the Gangplank. Gangplank recently got buffed. Help Gangplank's early game a little bit, and I know
Yep.
Northward loves that Gangplank. Does a lot of damage on it.
I love the Gangplank. Gangplank's a great champion. Very fun champion in general. This whole kit's great.
So
Uh,
are we?
be
Yeah,
a little
I,
hard for him
I
though.
haven't seen Easton actually play Lux in a long time.
No,
Maybe I haven't seen Easton play Lux in ever, but
Mm,
a fairly simple champion.
I was gonna say I don't think you really need to play it that much. I think you can first time Lux into this game and you'll be okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting game. I want to see what this Orange Jungle could do. If Orange Jungle gets ahead, we're looking at a very tanky hard engage already with the potential of a lot of damage following up with the Lux and the Gangplank.
That's true. My only issue, besides the Rakan, Ornn is the only real engage. Like, there's no real front line. Ornn's the front line. Rakan's going to go in, try to do some damage, and then run away. They need to be able to do that without Xayah getting ahead, without Urgot getting ahead, and without Syndra getting ahead. Because if Xayah's ahead, Ornn's armor, anything that he has, is just going to be nullified. J4 could easily just kind of trap him off to the side. Syndra, if Rakan goes in and she pushes R and she's strong enough, Rakan's not going to get anything off. He's just
That's
going to be dead instantly.
I think that's the beauty of Clown Gaming Aristocrats draft here is because the range on rivals is not that high, right? You're gonna look at a Nautilus, Urgot, Jarvan, who all wants to go in, and if Clown Gaming is able to kite and play with a little bit more range, they're gonna be able to basically look for a re-engage at one of their carries, and especially if Rakan is able to jump onto Syndra or Xayah, it it doesn't matter how far Lux is. If Lux can just ult into Gangplank, just ult on top, and they're pretty much dead.
That's true, but they would need to. It would need to be perfect for them. They would need to pretty much hit everything. The way their team is, if Rakan doesn't hit a grand entrance, if Ornn's ult misses, if a Lux binding misses, what do they have to follow up on, right? Like GP, depending on where he's at in the game, is going to take forever to set up any kind of barrels, and he's against an almost entirely ranged team. All the carries are anyway, and it's going to be hard to get those barrels off without them just getting popped before you could even think about pushing Q on them.
It's really hard for rivals to get in these fights to get hit by anything though. Especially if one of the carriers gets hit by any type of CC, because a lot of damage will follow up on that, and it will become problematic. For rivals is I want to see what happens top lane, where it's an Urgot versus a Gangplank. I fully expect Urgot to go the more tankier Hull Breaker build, where they just become a menace in the top side. But
Right.
I want to see if Northward can actually get ahead on this Gangplank and start creating havoc around the map with just even his ultimate, creating plays and getting kills.
That's all he has to do. Hit six, and press R when it matters. J4 Righteous really needs to come into this game as J4. He's a much better early game champion than anybody on the side of CGA.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
if he doesn't take advantage of his level 2 through 6 advantage, then I don't know what to say for the side of rivals for the rest of the game.
yeah, it's gonna be hard for Ornn to make a massive impact, especially getting counter ganked. Where that 2v2 is gonna be done for when you have
Yeah.
a Jarvan, and it doesn't matter who it is, a Syndra, Jarvan, or a Jarvan Urgot. You're looking at Ornn that's gonna still be most likely be under leveled to Jarvan, and it's just gonna be doomed from there. Ornn is
Hmm.
gonna have, it's gonna create, I don't know. It's gonna take Ornn a lot longer to actually come online.
Yeah, it's gonna just be like Karthus, right? Where he needs to power farm till he hits 6 and then gank with his ultimate. But Abound, there's really no movement on Ornn unless he's going Predator or something.
Yeah.
He's got a dash, but he needs that for when a fight breaks out, and he needs it for his CC. Because GP's not going to offer any of that unless he hits a barrel, and even then, it's just the slow.
Mhm.
Ornn will need to be very close, either mid or top, whenever a fight breaks out. Jin, Rakan, they can start a fight from however far away they want.
Yeah.
But Lux and GP, they need Ornn to be close to make use of him at all. If not, he's just wasting his time.
I fully expect Righteous to be able to do whatever they want early on in this game. The river is fully theirs. Ornn probably can't step inside. Ornn will have to look to punish mistakes quickly if
Yeah,
they want to make some early plays on this Ornn. Otherwise, Righteous should be very threatening. If you're the side of CGA, you got to respect it. You're a later game team. Yes, you have
mm-hmm.
some potential at level 6 with the Final Spark, the Grand Entrance, and just a lot of CC and damage to follow up any kind of engage, but you just can't fall behind. If you fall behind early, then it's going to be very hard for you to come back in this game.
Exactly. And we'll see how the early game goes for them, because that's going to be the main point of focus here for us as we get ready to head into the game in just a couple short minutes. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back when spectator delay ends for game number 1 of Rivals versus CGA. See ya. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are on the riff for game number one of Rivals versus CGA. As we're seeing here, hot on the lanes, a full five-man run-up in
Yeah,
the top side here.
some shenanigans. They're looking. Oh, they're gonna look if they could
Uh-oh.
blow North.
If
Oh, North is
Nautilus
already
hits
in the
this,
back. He has to. Oh, he's able to run away.
ooh,
He was
okay.
playing at the very back of the tri bush and is able to see it before it happens. I'm surprised. Um, they stopped. They could have easily looked to force the flash there on Northward. Um,
100%. I
but
think if you're a barbarian, at the very least, you flash over that wall for the Q.
yeah, you definitely put a ward there first, so you're able to see him, and then you look for the play, the hook.
Or if
But
anything, you should be initiating that fight with a blind hook into the tri-brush.
sometimes. But looks like no vision's actually gonna be secured by. Actually, yeah, no
They got
vision
one.
besides the red wards or the red bush, not bushes, but red buffs.
Yeah, which isn't terrible. They got some pretty deep words in there. It's not going to give them much info, though. J4
Actually,
starting
wait, did you
top
see how
side here.
much vision Clown Gaming got? They got tri
Yeah,
bush.
they
They
got
got
Tribrush, Red, and the
yeah,
mid lane
yeah,
bush.
but it looked like rivals just opted just to take the red vision. So, huh?
Yeah, it's very confusing to me on that one. I mean, they had that whole bot lane lit up. They could have stayed down there, maybe try to take it or get a kill on the way in, but, good for
Way
them.
to game it out.
J4 going to start that blue, move to Gromp, OTF, and
Ethan taking
Easton with quite a bit of poke.
yeah, taking pretty bad trade, honestly, because Syndra does have the corrupting, while that's pot blown for Easton. It looks like we
J4?
see Righteous actually going for that invade on the red buff, having vision on it, but look what's happening. We're gonna see both these junglers converge on each other.
Yeah, and Easton does have, obviously, he's going to have a
Uh
better move path here. Righteous
oh.
getting knocked up a lot of damage with the help of those Raptors as well. Here comes Easton with the flash. Nice prediction on that Q, just a little bit too slow on it, or a little bit too fast, I should say.
Mhm.
Righteous able to get out of there with the flag and drag.
Yeah, but they do protect their own side of the jungle, and that will actually put a bound a little bit higher in their own pathing in this game.
Yeah, it's a shame for Easton flashing for it. Now, bot lane, seeing a little bit of poke going back and forth, but nothing too much going to come out of that. But yeah, Easton going for the flash, getting a little bit too greedy for the kill, and ends up now going to be down
Uh-oh.
that flash for 5 minutes into a J4 as the hook comes through. The root on a CB Barbarian, though, forces the flash out of physiology. And that is going to be the end of that trade.
Yeah, it looks like Abound currently has a one camp advantage, but that is going to be very difficult for bot lane. Bot lane using this Nautilus side combo can provide a lot of burst, and now Physiology and Megatron are going to be backed up into their turret, while J4 is going to have permanent prio in this mid lane as well because Lux has no flash.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, especially against a J4. If J4 is around, you can't be walking up. As long as your flash is down, you can't walk up right now. OTF level 4 slowly encroaching on to level 5, and then obviously level 6, and should hopefully have level 6 before Easton's flash comes back up, and if that's the case, Righteous should be in the area when that happens.
We look at this mini map and we see Abound just walk basically without knowing right next to J4, and looks like Abound is looking for his gank in the mid lane.
OTF not going to get hit by that stun. Easton walking right over the minion that he ends up queuing, doesn't die in time for him to
Oh.
hit OTF with that. So Abound gonna miss his wolves to Righteous, and then Righteous get out of there scot-free.
Yeah, and look how much vision is actually put down from the rivals. They're gonna know where Abound is right now, going to his Gromp, and they ping him out immediately. But now Righteous will be able to take their topside jungle.
Yeah, he's gonna start developing a pretty nice lead for himself because of that. And he was down. What'd you say about one camp, maybe one and a
Yeah,
half
one
camps,
camp,
not too
but
long ago.
we are looking at a we're looking at a Orin versus Jarvan, so you expect that Jarvan to have a lead in
Yeah, you'd
jungle.
hope so. I mean, it's a lot closer than you'd expect it to be for sure.
I mean, that
But
stems
also of
from
note, Abound does have the spell book,
yeah,
the
yeah,
seal spell book, which is
yeah. I
I
checked
haven't
their
seen anyone pick that in forever.
yeah, I checked their past games on Orange Jungle, and yeah, they do take the spell book. Looks
Yeah, I
like
thought that was something. Ooh, Northward, why didn't you walk 10 feet behind your turret? He's gonna get his
he'll
back
be fine. He'll be
canceled.
fine.
Sakroza is now gonna be able to do a little bit of a better job at clearing out this wave. It's probably gonna force a TP from Northward, and there it is.
Yep. So looks like even mid lane, both TPs are blown as well. Unleash TP, forcing people to TP to their own tower instead of going 4-man bot at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to see Righteous do a little bit more on the map rather than power farming. He's playing J4, not Warwick, so he should be getting some better movement around the map, even if it's not going for a full-on gank with an EQ all in. Just show your presence somewhere in a lane and force someone to back up, so that way, your team can get repositioned on their wave and start focusing around objectives.
And we look at bot lane, pretty even
Ooh.
CS, and is this gonna get a little bit harder and harder, eventually with how much burst Xayah and Nautilus can provide? One hook can force a flash heal or any other sums. But
Mhm.
with Jarvan down here, I fully expect him to, either take control of this bot lane, force flash, or even just go dragon.
Yeah, they're
Knowing,
getting vision on the backing here. Physiology trying to make that back, so they should be aware of that. Pay attention. Dragon, no vision at the moment. Rivals have the full bot side open to them, and it looks like J4 is going to start up this dragon down here. Everybody moving up to that.
yeah, the Orange jungle, I don't think you can test that, especially because Orange is still level 5. So
Mhm.
this should be a free ocean dragon, and it's being pinged out that they have vision on Lux right now, which is pretty crazy.
It doesn't look like they're going to get anything to follow up from that. Abound just going to go for that blue buff. Honestly, they should have just turned and gone into Abound's jungle from that. I feel like they could have done a massive turn with Megatron and Physiology pretty far away
Yeah,
from their
and
tower pushing this wave.
even without vision, looks like Righteous is pinging the blue buff on CGA because knowing that it just came up, there's a good possibility of Orin being there, and
Right.
that's exactly where they were. So it looks like Sakroza should know that Orin is on the bot side of the jungle.
Yeah, very good situational map awareness, knowing where he is, so should be able to tell his team, hey, he's bot side, and then watch out for the gank, or he'll be moving towards mid top in a little bit. Bot pretty pushed up though. CB and Simply Q gonna push that wave under tower, and it looks like they're gonna go ahead and take a back for themselves, sitting on about 2,300 gold for Simply and CB at about 1,300.
Yeah, they haven't actually taken a bag in bot lane until now, so they were they were duking out just for CS mostly, and they're gonna come back with a lot of items. It looks like Simply Q is actually going for. I didn't see this before. He's actually going for the on hit Xayah, like
Yeah, he's
crit
got that
Xayah.
noon quiver.
Yep.
But right now, we're seeing some vision around the Rift
Uh
Herald.
oh.
Ornhorn getting called in. That's gonna not land on anybody except for the Urgot on the backside there. It looks like the
Oh.
Rift Herald was taken away. A first blood gonna go over to the Northward there. Big damage to Croza. Gonna miss the flip with the flash. Looks like he's gonna go down as well.
Woo!
Northward misses the flash over the wall, but it doesn't matter. He is going to end up picking up a second kill for himself. CB trying to run away. A
Oh,
grand entrance
Physiology's looking
as
for this
well as
1v1,
the
but
quickness onto OTF. Easton still following, burning down.
oh,
Easton needs to be careful not to chase that too far. OTF is backing way too close. Easton is also about to be back up again.
yeah, and that taking the dragon
Oh,
allowed
no.
a bound. Oh,
Night night. Oh, the arcane comet. You can't do that, OTF. You're way too
yeah,
low.
and that's gonna actually because they secured the Rift Herald, they're gonna get a lot of plates, a lot of golds in their pocket. That's a disaster for rivals.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to quite be able to pick up this tower as the Rift Herald is going to go down. Big waves coming in, though. No TPs available to contest this. And,
Yeah,
man, CB just taking some damage here.
yeah, big waves. That's a lot of XP, a lot of gold just going down the drain. And after that, we just see almost a 2.6k gold lead already for CGA. Just one fight, and that resulted because Abound was able to get that level 6 while Righteous was basically getting the drag. But look at this top lane fight. Northwood is going to go
Northward.
down.
Night Northward with the ultimate from Sakroza. Big solo kill for him after a double kill from Northward. So he is going to get a bonus 150 off of that shutdown.
And what happened is that Northward stayed after they got the double kill and couldn't spend the gold. And what happened? He gets shut down because of the slight item advantage that Sakroza had.
I will say I'm not happy with Northward's first item choice being Essence Reaver. Um, I'm just not big on that. I think that's a slight mistake. It can still work, but I'm just not a fan of it myself. I think
I think
like anything is better
no,
than Essence Reaver right now.
I think what he's gonna go for is the Essence Reaver Shield Bow build, which is totally fine. I know a lot of people are going for that Triforce build, but yeah, I think he does prefer going the Essence Reaver Shield Bow, especially
Yeah, I mean that
against
could work.
a lot of burst. I think that's why he did it.
Hmm. I guess that makes sense. But oh man, a big fight coming out in the bot lane here. Megatron
Oh,
down to half health already. Physiology, maybe pushing the wrong button there. Goes
oh,
golden as Righteous is over the other side of the wall, potentially looking for a gank, but gonna stop that as another hook comes through on a Physiology.
look at the vision control that Rivals has in the bot side of the
Yeah,
jungle, and
it's
not even their
lit
own
up.
jungle. It's CGA's jungle, and they have full control over the second dragon.
Oh, Physiology gonna get picked up again here on that hook. Just taking a lot of damage fighting over this vision.
Yeah, and they're not able to walk in. This Nautilus and Zaya, Q and CB the Barbarian are able to just have complete control. We just see this bot lane lit up, this river just lit up by Rivals.
And Easton taking a bit of damage there. OTF not really doing too much just yet. Going to be down a Blasting Wand into Easton here. Dead even in terms of CS and levels. But obviously that kill and the 2 assists for Easton going to give him a slight gold advantage of about 600. So sitting on that Blasting Wand over him. OTF just trying to farm up as much as possible. Dragon is available here, and it does look like CGA have a big macro movement lead over here as far as
Yeah,
positioning goes.
CGA is opting to rotate these members from the jungle and Easton to this bot lane river just to clear out vision because you saw what happened when Physiology had to move in blind and almost got one shot by the Nautilus combo.
Yeah, before any real items are even finished. Now, CGA, they should be able to pick up this dragon unless it's stolen. Down to 700,
Yeah.
but that's a nice take for them. Abound going to pick up an Infernal Drake here, as Mountain Drake is going to be our first soul. That's going to be a big fight, I believe. I'd imagine for Abound and Northward. Here comes the ultimate.
Oh
Gonna get
no!
one to knock up onto Megatron there. CB the Barbarian just gonna be able to get away. Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing really happening on that, unfortunately, for Abound.
that was a pretty solid play by CGA because they were able to rotate everyone to clear vision when the dragon was about to spawn. So, on top of that, Rivals had a bad back timer right there. They had to forfeit all their vision and also forfeit priority of the dragon, and it's just taken under their noses.
Yeah, they didn't stagger the backs at all. Everybody pretty much back to the exact same time, which left everything that they had worked so hard to set up null and immediately taken by CGA, which is very nice for them. Take out all that vision, pick up the dragon, move down towards bot. Uh, don't get too much out of it. They do burn some pretty long cooldowns on the Horn and the was it Cannon Barrage from GP. So that they're down in that aspect, and it doesn't help Northward because Northward's sitting on one tower plate left. Now that tower plates have fallen, Sakroza is really starting to garner a lead that he can make for himself. He did opt for the Titanic Hydra first item.
That's what you know.
Yep,
Oh, it looks like
big
Easton
fan
will
of
have to
that.
flash
Oh,
here.
there's the ultimate, gonna force the flash.
Yep.
Easton is going to get caught in that half health. Very lucky OTF could have gotten
Oh,
in there for the fight. Sakroza doing some damage, but Northward going to get a big amount of damage right back onto him. OTF did flash going for that kill there. Not able to get anything off, so mid laners both down flashes.
yep, and Easton will blow the TP. It is unleashed TP now, so it looks like there will be a TP advantage for OTF. Anytime there is a bot lane
Oh,
play, the lane can
speaking
make
of
play, but Sakroza
Sakroza,
is
he's
gonna
in a
be an attack
3v1
pod.
situation here. Physiology going to get the knock up. Grand entrance with the quickness. Sakroza trying to survive for as long as he can. Gonna stall him out for a bit while Zaya and
But look what
CB
happened
down in the
bot
bot
lane.
lane take the tower. So they
Yeah,
send 4 people top. They leave Megatron by themselves in the bot lane. So they've taken down one tower, moving on to a second one, but they are going to try and trade this Rift Herald here.
Yeah, they're trading a Rift Herald, but what they're gonna lose in return? They lost their bot tower. They're taking a lot of damage to bot tower, and Megatron use will open up and take down these minions to try to stop the push. But OTF does rotate to
Oh,
simply Q.
Simply is dead. Wow, that was
Ooh,
not great. Forgot that there was one more minion left there. Very
yeah,
nice pickup there.
I think Simply Q wanted to stay there to make sure that they have the extra damage on the tower, but didn't realize Cannon Barrage came in.
Yeah, Northward now, after getting that assist, ends up getting taken down.
Look at mid lane, and that's counter
Yeah.
push mid lane, and they will get this tier 2 tower.
Will they?
Yes,
Yeah, they should get it
yes.
here. There it is. That's going to go down.
Here's the problem
Not
though.
bad.
They are. Oh,
Okay, they're going to
oh,
get another charge off there with
wow.
the help of Easton and that stun. OTF, unfortunately, not going to be able to get that stopped.
They
So
actually
that
just got away
is,
with murder right there.
yeah, very much so. That tower now down to about a quarter of its health, sitting over that inhib. I wouldn't rush to go for it by any means because you're just going to give free money to the
Yeah,
other end.
they
But
were able to
yeah,
take that Rift Herald, and they were able to batter down 2 turrets because of the rotation by OTF going to the bot side, and
Ooh,
Simple
big ol'.
Q just overestimating how much damage the Cannon Barrage can do, and eventually die.
Yeah, the cannon barrage and then finished off with Megatron's W there. Had heal flash, by the way. Could have done something about that, but I guess maybe they thought they just weren't going to die. Which is
Yeah,
a little bit greedy.
yeah, and that did help the push mid from CGA be very successful. Otherwise, they were
Hmm.
getting collapsed on, and unfortunately for OTF, they did get hit by luck light bindings, and they weren't able to follow up in any kind of aggression.
No, not at all. And now it's just kind of at a lull here. The only real objective currently on the board is going to be the top lane outer tower. Next objective in about 20 seconds is going to be the dragon. We're seeing everybody, nobody really has an advantage over positioning at the moment. Northward has ultimate, Northward has TP, and everybody is pretty much going for a Nayram at the
Whew.
moment. OTF, though, going to take about a third of their health from
Yeah,
one Easton combo.
and here's the problem: if rivals go for this, they could be basically collapsed on by an Ornn, a Lux, a Gangplank. This could be a massive fight right here.
Yeah, they're starting it up. They are
Oh,
going to finish it off. Let's see if anybody goes for anything here, anything crazy. They're just
it
going to
was
try and
instantly
walk
bursting
away.
down.
Orn's still falling. Nope, Orn's going to back off. Not sure where CB the Barbarian's going. A little bit weird on the walking there. Righteous is staying while everybody else is backing.
Yeah, it looks like
Let's see.
looks like
Okay,
Physiology's trying to go in
quickness,
here.
flash, grand entrance going to come through. Ultimate, however, going to come through from Simply Q. They're going to trade back one kill, but Lux is going to pick one up as well. Simply Q on the run at the moment. Oh, man, CB decides he's not going to take that last ultimate for him, and that's going to spell Simply's demise. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of CGA.
That almost felt like a forced engage by Physiology. It did work out in the end, but could have been terrible. It was just a 2-for-1. They will get the bot lane turret, but in return, Crozo will get that top lane turret. Well, looks like Abound is going to, change their summoners for a TP and save this tower.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice play for Abound and friends down there in the bot lane, which was a very clean dragon take from rivals. Ends up being a huge advantage over in favor of CGA there with a couple of kills for themselves,
I think
being
theoretically
able to
that
pick
should have
that
never
up.
worked but the thing is, rivals just spread out, and even the engage was almost deadly, especially with Simply Q using the Feather Storm to evade a lot of the damage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like, I think Crit Zaya is not the best choice into the team that they're against.
Ooh,
Uh,
looks like
I think
Simply
the
Q is
Festown could
actually
have done more.
opting for the Kraken Slayer, especially when Gale Force could save them from getting hit by Light Binding or dodging
Mhm.
a bounds Call of the Forge God. It
Yeah, it's a
That's why you see a lot
strange build path.
Yeah, you see a lot of people opting for the Gale Force because of how much power it could provide for changing your positioning in a fight.
Right. Yeah, being able to use it to your advantage and any situation, especially with the help of your Feather Storm.
Uh-oh.
Now we are seeing a big movement up into the top side here.
It's not all random, all
The
mid.
tower here. Now it's all random, all top, all random 8 top, I guess, if you want to go there. GP bot, Syndra mid, Easton doing damage. Baron is up on the table. I don't think either of these teams really have a way of taking it at the 20-minute mark. Probably won't see that for a little bit, as Easton's going to pop that ultimate just to stop the backs. I
Hmm.
mean, you can afford to do that on a 20-second ultimate cooldown.
You, it's 38 seconds. And if we'd like to keep
Ultimate
looking for a
coming
fight right
through, gonna
here.
land onto Sakroza, who's gonna force the flash. Grand entrance gonna land onto Righteous there. He's gonna get healed up, try to get out. Ultimate's coming through with the curtain call as well. Gonna hit that. Northward's gonna get a kill for himself with the help of his ultimate and that barrel combo. Sakroza barely living.
Necroza almost has sniped somebody with their Fear Beyond Death, but that is the power of what kind of engage and damage that this team has. You have the Jin that could just open up the curtain call. You have the, Cannon Barrage and damage where you can't really like disengage from it because it's so much
Mhm.
CC on top of it.
Yeah, it's a Bound's ultimate, it's the Cannon Barrage, it's Easton, it's Physiology. So Northward's ultimate comes down. He can be playing APGP if he wants to and get the full amount of damage out of his ultimate.
Yeah, to
And
be
just
honest,
absolutely shred
that
people.
was a two-man engage. Bound and Physiology were two both in there and allowed the rest of the team just to attack from far away.
Mhm. Yeah, it was a very nice play. They're definitely playing this to their advantage,
Uh-oh,
the exact way they
Physiology
should.
might. Oh, okay, Physiology's fine.
Yeah, Sakroza, no ultimate there. Simply Q can't like close the distance, and of course Easton's up top to throw out those slowing abilities. But the thing is, with everybody being top for CGA, they haven't had time to reset. There is a dragon up. Megatron's dead for sure. Good night. And that should be a movement onto Drake for rivals, I would imagine, as they are getting some damage onto this mid lane tower as well.
Yeah, and if you didn't notice, Northworth was bot lane that entire time, just being able to get some free CS for themselves. They're just going back with 2,400 gold, and they will get a full Infinity Edge from that with the help of the futures market. So 3 items Gangplank, looking to one-shot rivals right now.
Told you, man, the first strike is the way to go. I mean, people pick grass, but I am a very big proprietor of the first strike. I think if you know what you're doing as a GP and playing that, you're going to be
They
significantly ahead
actually
in
haven't
gold, and
gotten
he is.
a crazy amount. It's 400 gold they got for first strike,
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's still decent. That's 400 gold, 400 gold. They're moving on to the Drake here, and nice quickness with the knockup coming through there, but 2 kills going to go down right away on the GP, and the Urgot Physiology going to be able to dash away. See the Barbarian still on the chase here as the curtain call is
oh,
coming through, and it's going to get a nice snipe with the barrel combo from Northward, who's going to get a triple kill before he's finally taken down. See the Barbarian moving on to Easton here. Here comes Megatron, going to dash in. Easton's going to pick up that kill, and Simply Q is to head for the hills. It is a 4 for 2.
a
And the
bounce that
dragon.
no, it's a 5 for 2,
Was it
but
5 for 2?
or no,
No, Simply's alive.
or 4 for 1, or wait,
4 for
see,
2.
4 for 2, yeah. But that barrel, if you wasn't able to hit that, that's a winning fight for rivals. That
Yeah, that
was
was
a winning fight for rivals, but Northward said, if I'm gonna die, you three are coming down with me, and it's a nasty barrel combo to, secure CGA the victory in that fight.
yeah, that was a dirty barrel crit that came through. Insane amount of damage. 7, 3, and 3 on this GP. Now, again, they lost the dragon, but at what cost? They end up winning in terms of gold. They're still up about 4K right now. Getting close to a 5K gold lead. Righteous needs to be careful here. Baron is getting set up, or at least the vision for CGA at this point.
Yeah, good news for rivals that they are on Soul Point. It would be the Mountain Soul. So if they're able to secure that, they could hope to make a comeback in this game. They're going to rely on SimQ to be able to dish out a lot of damage in these fights, especially with that Kraken Slayer. You're going to be able to shred the Ornn. But the only problem is with how much damage CGA has right now with the Gangplank that is super fed. They have a Lux that's 3-0 and 7, and even the Jhin. It's going to be very hard to win these fights if their backline gets caught, or if Rival's backline gets caught.
Yeah, my big problem is Simply Q is not as far ahead. They might be up, 50 CS, but that really doesn't matter. 60 CS even. Uh, when Megatron is just more in this game than they are. They might be down, but they're still doing more damage. They still, I think, have a better front line and a better overall team comp around Megatron than Simply Q does.
Yeah.
Simply has physiology jumping on him at all times.
Yeah, it stems from Righteous not really gaining the lead that we thought they were going to be able to garner like from the very beginning against an Ornn.
Hmm.
And Abound is, the Ornn item is going to come in, and we're going to see a lot more value coming into these champions, especially if Ornn looks to upgrade Northworth first. It's
Yeah.
going to be a lot of damage, even on top of how much damage they already have.
Yeah, it's going to be gross, especially now that Northwood does have that last whisper, basically almost full build. 26 minutes here. Uh, Baron should be next on the board here. It just got pinged out. Megatron canceling the back to head up there. Looks like they're going to
I think they want
sweep
to
out
check it
for
just
it.
in case, yeah.
I think
Because,
they could do it. Syndra and G4 are bot side. I don't know that this can be contested. And they have no idea
yeah,
anyone's near it.
yeah, wow, that's going to be already started Barrett, and it's going to be, even when we saw Rivals have so much vision control early on, they're actually going to probably lose this Baron right underneath their nose.
Yeah, there's nothing that can happen here. They have no idea this is happening until right now, and it's just way too late.
Yep.
That's a free Baron, 26 minutes, very nicely done. And it looks like the what do you call it? Looks like the
Oh, looks like
turbocharged
CB the
experiment's been
Barbarian
finished.
once
Oh, a
was a fight.
bound. Gonna get flip back there. That should be death. A nice ultimate as a bound tries to get away.
It's a consolation prize, but they still have 4 Baron champions on their team. One of them being Northward is going to look to
Mhm.
keep split pushing, trying to get these tier 2 towers down. The dragon is coming up in about 54 seconds. A bound will be up for that, and we're going to see a massive fight on this dragon.
Yeah, Easton and Northward are incredibly strong right now. Abound losing that Baron, I don't think does much for the team in any regard. I think Abound's one of the last people that really needs it at this point. So Northward and Easton, as long as they have it, they are just constantly pushing. They're helping stop the push mid that we're seeing from rivals right now, who are just opting to keep 4 mid, probably trying to set up around this Drake, but now they can't even give over the Drake and go for a Baron. Baron's gone. They have to fight around this dragon.
Yeah, and the big thing is Northward just went back get his last the Lord Doms, and we also see Physiology pop to Shurelia's, and it could be an engage right now, but it looks like they just wanted to get some positioning.
Sakroza's top. Righteous left in this pit by
Oh.
himself. Weird TP decision as Kurt Paul
Oh
and the
my
Ornor are going to come
god!
through. Righteous is dead before this can even start. OTF going to be going down next. A nice ultimate coming through from the Lux Rakans going to help finish off that kill on a CB the Barbarian there. OTF barely making it out alive. A 2 for 0 before Rivals could even process what was going on.
That fight was over before it started. A lot of damage is coming through. That's what I had a problem with at the very beginning during draft phase. Is you look at Rivals' team comp, how did they get into these fights? And they try to
Yeah.
get in there, but they just got one shot.
Yeah, it was just a terrible TP. You can't TP when you have an Ornn, a Lux, a Rakan, a Jin on the other side who are just waiting for you to
And
come in
this could
after
be the
4
game
seconds.
right here,
And
honestly.
boom, good
Oh,
night. Northward is finally going to get taken down as Sakroza gets taken down yet again off of spawn. Inhib will get mowed down as well as the rest of CGA. Going to move into the top lane here and look to
yeah.
push with this Baron.
Yeah, they're gonna. That was a pretty interesting fight. As much damage as Northward is doing, he does put himself in some very bad positions in this game. We've seen it multiple times, but right now it doesn't matter. CGA is in full control of this entire game.
Yeah, CGA are looking insane right now. I mean, I'm starting to kind of switch what I was thinking
Can't
on my
do that.
predictions tonight.
That's like
I'm absolutely allowed to do that.
that's like
Who says I can't? Give me a rule that says I can't
that's
do
like
that.
seeing what the Powerball numbers are and then asking if you could choose them after it happened.
That's a completely different thing.
Uh-uh.
Mm-mm. That no, what it is seeing the first Powerball number and then being like, you know what, I'm changing all my numbers before I see the last one, is what it is.
Yeah,
So I
'cause
could
you have
still
a
be wrong, but doesn't matter anyway. But now everybody's going mid again for rivals, which I still don't like. They really need to start moving things around. For some reason, Zion, Nautilus, and Urgot are deciding to share the mid XP when
yeah.
one of those people should be off in a side lane, dealing with Northward, who is level 17 and is one item away from being full build, has that finished LDR.
Yeah, here's the problem. No one wants to actually deal with them.
Yeah, so that's the problem though. No one wants to deal with them, but if they don't, it's the game over, right?
Yeah. And the Baron is done, I believe, but we will see another Baron coming up in about 2 minutes, and I highly doubt rivals can contest it. They might look for a steal, but we saw that at the four or fifth dragon where they couldn't get in the fight, and CGA just cleaned up before the fight even started.
Yeah, this is not a great look coming in right now for rivals. Eye of Luden has been upgraded. I'm not sure why they're not just upgrading Northward.
Oh,
Nice
looks like a fight is
initiation
coming up.
here. That's going to be a two-man Cataclysm. Physiology going to get bursted down
Oh,
instantly. That's a big part of the engage getting taken down. Ornhorn going to come through. Abound not going to be able to get it off on the second run there.
oh,
But Easton getting a lot of damage back on a Righteous. Good night, Righteous. Simply Q and CB Barbarian trying to run away with OTF.
the Cannon Barrage
Barbarian
is coming up,
Cannon Barrage
and
comes through.
wait, that will
Did it
root
get a
up
big
OTF.
root onto OTF? He's have to go Golden, Simply Q, and
Light
Barbarian.
Binding's back up,
Not even
and
trying to stop that engage. They are going to be able to pick up 1, 2,
oh,
moving on to 3 for Simply Q, and that's big. Triple kill onto Zaya, now at 2,500 gold. He is right back into this game.
yeah, and what happened is everyone converged on the actual uh, on OTF being just bound, but then Simply Q was able to start free firing with their feathers and is able to pick up a lot of gold for themselves.
Yeah, it was a very, very good play for them. It was a little bit back and forth. Righteous kind of getting caught out. And then Simply Q and Barbarian taking a little bit of time. Kind of left OTF to die and let Easton, Megatron, everybody use their abilities on them before opting to go back in, which I guess you can say is strategic. But that was a pretty nice play.
Yeah, and then not having the gangplank, the very fed gangplank there, was the part of the reason why that fight did go so poorly. It's where we hope to see Northward actually go towards right now. They definitely cannot give up that mountain, especially with how much gold just got transferred over to rivals.
Exactly. As someone said, that's reportable flashing the mastery. That Simply Q flashed. No, it's not. You can mute those. And you can't really do anything about that. You can just not do that. But Dragon coming up here in, what, 20 seconds? I don't know. Right now, Simply Q doesn't quite have the ultimate available yet. Everything on the side of CGA is up. And just like that, they've now taken over the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, I mean, they can't try to push camp them because they can just get easily just wombo comboed if they're all together. So looks like CJ will take over this dragon pit and they will start the dragon.
They have to give this up, I think. I don't know
OTF
if they
already
can
lost
really
a
walk
lot of
up. Yeah.
health.
OTF is basically dead. OTF is non-existent in this fight now. Bound. Call of the Forge God going wide there.
It's a
Sakroza going to take quite a bit of damage. OTF in the middle of a cannon barrage. CB Barbarian's caught out. Righteous is just way on the backside with no team behind him. He's going to get absolutely blown up. OTF is going to be next. Abound gonna be taken out eventually, but not before GP picks up yet another. Jin's gonna pick up 2. Almost looking to make it 3. It is gonna be 3 with a massive crit with that collector from Megatron. That is an ace. That is the tower for
it won't be the game though, because
for rivals.
the inhibitor did respawns and there's a larger wave pushing mid, so they're gonna opt to like split push on the spot side, and it looks like Northward is actually gonna go for the inhibitor right now. We're gonna see this game go probably to at least 37 minutes. They're probably gonna reset after these towers, maybe position around Baron. We'll have the dance again.
Yeah, I mean, we would hope so, right? We'd hope eventually, within the next couple of minutes, they end up ending the game. That's an ideal situation for them, because if not, then this game should just go for much longer than it really needs to be for them. They could look to just close this out. One thing I don't like is Righteous. Why the Gore Drinker Death Stance into Hex Drinker?
Have you seen
When
the
he's been
build that a
behind.
lot of like pro Jarvans are going? Very interesting, honestly. We saw somebody in, I believe, CB Diamond do it, or was it CB Diamond? Might have been, but
I don't know, maybe.
they go like Chem Tank into Zanya's, and it's on Jarvan. Always,
I mean, hey,
always.
I'll take that over whatever
Uh-oh.
Righteous has
Looks like we
going
have a
on right
fight
now with
going
a
on.
nice initiation here. The Nautilus
Oh, it
pull,
doesn't
but
matter. Oh,
instantly turned the double kill with the final spark from Easton as the TP comes in from Sakroza, just trying to find anybody, but is unable. OTF
oh,
finally managed to get one, but not before he gets absolutely mauled by GP. Ornn is going to pick up one as well. That's going to be the ace. We're going to see Simply Q pick up a double. These death timers are far too long to do anything about it. That is going to be game number 1 to CGA.
that was so much damage just getting blown up the entire time. They thought Rivals thought they had a pick on the Easton 8, but Easton 8 survived that entire time and is able to get the final spark off to get a double kill immediately, and just followed up. Northward came into the fight, everyone else came into the fight, and it was just a clean cleanup for CGA, and that would be an intense game 1 going over to CGA.
Yeah, man, CGA just looked calculated in that game. Early game, in the mid to late game, Easton just way too strong. Righteous not doing anything as the J4, which we talked about beforehand, that he needed to do something to get his team ahead early and really use that to his advantage. Unfortunately, did not, and CGA took way of an advantage over that. Ended up winning very solidly on that first game.
Yeah, and you know, I'm gonna guess that Northworth did the most damage on their team.
I would imagine. Well, I
Could be
it could
Lux.
be Lux.
Too bad I can't check. Too bad I can't check because of no, spectators is dumb. But
Yeah, spectator has been great. Actually, we can check. I'm gonna click on it. Hold on one sec. I'm checking right now. Northward did 33.9k damage. Lux did 29k.
yeah, and I'm gonna guess Rivals is gonna opt to ban out that Gangplank. Um, it just caused too many issues. Not just because of how much damage they were able to do in team fights, but these early game plays. You always saw the cannon barrage affect those plays as well, creating like a zoning, if necessary, a zoning area where they're gonna funnel in rivals to one specific part, or just doing a lot of damage to help get these kills. For sometimes it could be Lux, could be the bot lane,
Mhm.
but it did create a lot of havoc.
Yeah, something needs to change going into game number 2 here. Maybe not even necessarily for the draft of rivals, but for how they're playing the game. Bot lane, I think, did fine. I just think jungle needs to find their way back into the game and know what their strengths are on whatever champ they're playing and make sure they take advantage of that.
Yeah, they're definitely not a team that's going to go down 3-0, but it was a close series, and it's definitely still can be rival season.
Yeah, should be. I mean, we'll see what happens. We're going to throw it to a quick break here. Do not go in. We'll be right back in a couple minutes when we come back for game number 2, pick and ban. See you in just a couple minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are heading into pick bands for game number 2. We just saw CGA take a very, very nice game 1 over Rivals here. My name is Fury. I'm still joined by Bully. Bully, what are you thinking going in here as far as drafting for game number 2?
Big thing is we do see a different jungler playing for Rivals, I believe. Righteous was subbed out. They have Eyesight playing in this one, but it looks like we don't see a Gangplank ban from Rivals. They thought the Lux was more of an issue, so they will ban that out.
Yeah, it makes sense. Was GP picked in the second phase or in the first phase? I'm pretty
GP
sure
was picked in
second
the
phase,
second
right?
phase. I'm guessing
Right.
Rivals have a counter to it if it's picked in the first phase. But I'm interested to see what Rivals going to pick in the Veigar, which they banned originally, I believe.
I think you're correct on that. Yeah, but it is going to get picked up as Syndra.
Oh no,
It's going to get
no!
grappled
Clown Gaming
here.
actually banned the Veigar and the Victor, so they opted to
Oh,
ban the
they're swapped.
Victor.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, they opted to ban the Victor, pick
Yeah,
the Veigar.
I think it's a pretty smart move. Moving over to blue side, first picking the Veigar instead of banning it out. Rival's going to go for the Syndra yet again, which I think is weird showing your hand on Syndra because that could very well be a Veigar Senna bot lane, which we have seen played
I've
quite a
done
few
that
times.
before, and it's very toxic. Honestly, I
Yeah,
almost reported myself for doing that.
it's a sickening bot lane. So showing your hand at it being Syndra, probably in the mid lane because you think it's gonna be Veigar mid is a weird pick.
Yeah, I guess they opted to instead of picking like it. I feel like they didn't feel like to take a priority jungler at this point. But Cloud Gaming is gonna go ahead and lock off that
I
Jarvan, which is
love
fortunate.
that comp already for CGA. Veigar J4 MF is a very scary comp to be playing with already. And if they pick the Ornn again and just throw it top, if they pick any kind of hard CC top, even a Gnar, would be really good for them. Uh, Rivals are gonna have a hard time this game.
I'm thinking North likes to play like pretty sure they play like the Gwen, the Camille. They play a lot of carry type champions. I wouldn't doubt actually if they pull out the Alawi in this game. Blind pick like an Alawi
I
pick.
hope they don't, man. I
Um,
hate Alawi. Alawi's such a bad champion.
looks like that will be the Caitlyn Morgana ban or bot
There's the
lane. That's
GP.
what we always like to see every so often, where it's just very difficult to play against. But
Mm,
if there are a couple champions that can, I think Misfortune does very well into it. Because you're able to get a good shove out
right.
against that comp.
Yeah, I would agree. Caitlyn Morgana, good for picks. Not great, I would say, in team fighting later on, though, which is what CGA are obviously looking for.
It's
So Rivals are going to have a little bit of a hard time playing
Yeah,
Morgana.
Rivals is definitely just the. Oh, looks like they banned the lobby, but it looks like Rivals is opt. It's like that pick style comp, especially with the Syndra and Morgana. A lot of burst damage. Um, but Clown Gaming with that Gangplank Lowy burn, I'm interested to see what they decide to blind for top.
Yeah, I wouldn't have banned the Alawi here. I would have banned like Gwen or Camille. I think are more threats. If you can't play into an Alawi by walking 10 feet in a different direction when she ults, you shouldn't be playing the game. That's all
I
I'm
think
saying.
it's
Just
most
uninstall the
likely if
game.
like maybe they just don't like playing against Lowy, and I hate playing against Lowy because it's very annoying to play against. But
I just think she's so easy. Just dodge the pull and then you win, and that's it. As soon as she misses the soul pull, whatever the hell it's called, that's it. Her fight is done.
and then a Volibear.
Volibear is not a bad pick.
Hold on.
It's not a great pick. It's not a bad pick though.
No, I do like it, but it still goes into that pick style comp, right? So
Yeah.
they're banking on that.
Very much so. I want to see what CGA picks into it here, though, and if Volibear is going jungle or top. Seraphine. Uh, is it Seraphine mid with
Seraphine
Vigar
mid.
support?
I'm gonna say it's Seraphine mid. Yeah. Eh,
Well, I get maybe MF support,
it
Vigar
could
will probably be
be
APC,
Seraphine.
right?
I think a big thing is that MF
There's the
Veigar
Gwen. Now you're
bot
done.
lane would be very, very lethal, especially if Jarvan just decides to camp bot lane. I think the Veigar might have a little more trouble against the Syndra. Seraphine can play a little bit more out of range.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Abound. Actually, I don't
No,
know.
please.
Abound always plays.
Oh, oh my God, he did
No
it.
way.
Oh
The
man,
Teemo.
dude, Teemo's a great pick in a Gwen.
Oh wow. Oh,
Teemo's
we're
a
actually
Teemo's
gonna
a
see
sleeper
Teemo.
pick in a Gwen. It's like a 55% win rate.
Oh no.
This is gonna be
Um,
fun.
I'm gonna.
Wow, what a game two, baby.
We saw some crazy stuff game one. We saw the orange jungle being played. Now we see the Teemo top being played. Whew.
Well, this is interesting
I'm more
to say the least.
I'm curious to see if Easton is playing that Seraphine mid or not.
I think it should be. I think it would make sense if it's Seraphine mid,
No, it actually is not.
Vigar.
It's not.
No, is it just
Uh,
Seraphine support?
I believe so. Yes.
Ah,
I believe if I remember correctly that Physiology loves to play the Seraphine.
no fun. It makes sense though.
Eh,
I mean, it's gonna
let
be
me
good either way. I think I just uh would like to see the Seraphine mid against the Syndra.
let me go actually take a look to see if that's a possibility because I know Easton plays. Oh wait,
Ooh,
what's a possibility? It's a possibility,
anything's possible.
but I believe yeah, I
Like
think the
this
MF
Teemo going ADC and Caitlyn going top.
I think the
Definitely possible.
MF Veigar combo is actually pretty insane though. Like if Veigar's able to get a cage around somebody, like,
Mhm.
and MF is just get the bullet time off, where are they gonna go?
It's a free bullet time. I mean, the best thing Morgana can do is Black Shield Caitlyn to walk out of it.
Hmm.
But one of them is gonna die, even
Even
if Morgana's
yeah,
close.
yeah, it's gonna be pretty lethal. But Seraphine is able to get a better push off if it's a Seraphine bot lane. If you remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't really think you need to worry about pushing into this team, though, do you? I don't think you
Hmm.
want to push. I think you would
But
rather like Caitlyn Morgana push into you so that you could baby cage.
no, that's a power that Caitlyn Morgana has, is where Caitlyn Morgana loves to push in because
Hmm.
then Morgana has so much power of, hitting these bindings and getting priority over this bot lane river. So if you're able to get a
Sure.
pushback, if Caitlyn Morgana is pinned almost to their turret, it gets extremely hard for Morgana to play the game because they're just gonna get punished.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I am just very interested in watching this Teemo top now because how
Looks like
often do we see that, right? I don't think we've seen Teemo. I don't think I've casted Teemo in BOL.
I've seen it once, I think, but it looks like Easton's taking this Veigar, but they do have time to swap,
Yep.
so maybe they could do some cheese. Will it happen?
I don't think
Maybe
it will. I think Easton's going to stick with it. I don't think they're going to swap anything around. I don't think there was really a, a necessity for them to do this little fake out here at the end. I think they're just going to pick an order, send the Vigar mid. I don't think it's going to be bad. I just think I would have liked to see the Seraphine mid
I'm
with
just
the
excited for the cage in the
combo.
cage. The Jarvan,
Hmm.
the
The
baby cage.
J4 Vigar,
The
and then
baby
the
cage
MF
is
ult.
apparently bigger than a Jarvan cage.
Yeah, it's huge. It's got a big hitbox as well, like on the outside of it as well. Physiology. There we go, locking in that Seraphine. CB Barbarian locking in the Morgana. I gotta say, already I like CGA's draft a lot more. Just in every way.
Yeah. The big thing is where I guess rivals could come to play is if they are able to get these picks off, get a lead early. That's a lot of damage that Caitlyn is gonna have, Syndra's gonna have, and I want to say that CGA is very tanky. They do have a Jarvan, but especially if Seraphine gets caught, Seraphine's gonna go down pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, she's gonna have a lot of healing, a lot of utility for her team. The main thing I'm gonna be looking at are these junglers now. Abound needs to do what Righteous could not in the last game, and Eyesight also needs to do what Righteous didn't do in last game, and that's actually use their gank ability to their advantage. J4 should be doing it right off of level 2, then on
Yeah,
level
but
3, then level
you
4, and
can't
just continue doing
dismiss
it.
the Volibear damage. The Volibear damage is really crazy. It's definitely not an uneven matchup like it was like last game, in our opinion, where Jarvan does have that early gank pressure than Ornn. Um, because same thing with the Volibear, it does a ton of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early 2v2,
Yeah.
and a lot of pressure on this mid lane or top lane. I would actually see more Teemo actually get the better of Northward early on, but
Realistically, you should, because I wasn't really joking at all when I said that
mhm,
Teemo's a good
yeah,
pick in the Gwen. Like, he's got a pretty high win percentage in the Gwen. Should be okay. Needs to watch out for a bound ganking, though. That's the main thing. Eyesight needs to be around the map because he is strong. He has pretty decent ganks early on, regardless of not having, the ultimate to go in. But it's all going to be about how he plays. If he plays to his
mhm,
advantage and takes care of the mistakes from the last game.
yeah. A big thing about Gwen is like you kind of depend on being able to get on top of the enemy champion, and with Teemo having a blind where Gwen's not able to start stacking,
Hmm.
and Teemo be able to run away very easily, Gwen is gonna have a hard time to get on this Teemo. At level 6, we might see a kind of play out of Abound and Northward to try to kill the Teemo, especially because Gwen is going to be able to have um, their ultimate. It's might be the time to, but at that point, Teemo is just going to have a pretty solid advantage, or should.
Should is the
Should.
key word. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean Gwen could still get on him, use those scissors, chop, 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 and not have to worry about the blind. And if he does hit the full
Yeah,
thing of
but
it, it's going to be a very good combo, a good trade back damage.
yeah, I mean the chop 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 is not going to be able to stack if the blind is down, right?
Right,
And
exactly.
that's where a lot of damage just happens, where you just like, wow, what just hit me?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens here. I cannot wait for this one. Game number 2 will be coming at you in just a couple minutes. We'll be back when we're on the Rift. Game 2, CGA versus Rivals in that order, blue and red side. Be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. Game number two. We are quickly on the rift here. DGA on the blue side, Rivals on the red. We are seeing Rivals run down the bot side here, looking for a cheesy little level 1 invade. We'll see if it goes better than the one from last game up on the
Oh,
top
do you
side.
see what I see here? They it's already warded, so they know they're coming, and unfortunately for them, they don't know they were seen, so
They
they
have
could get
no clue.
they're gonna
That is
lose vision on
crazy.
the top side. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they'll trade bot side vision for top
Yep.
side, hopefully, to get in some wards there for sure. Vigar, they only got one down. They opted not to continue into the actual top side of Rival, which I'm surprised about. But
Yeah.
they at least get one ward down, I guess.
Yeah, and as brave as they are, CGA are gonna run into their own jungle on the bot side, and Rivals did already back off, so it's gonna be standard clears, just like last game actually, where it's gonna be blue start for both teams.
Yep, and we'll see if we see any kind of invade like what we saw in the last game from Righteous. We'll see if maybe a Bound decides to do that. I would hope not. This one's a little bit scarier than the Horn in the jungle early on. Volibear can do some serious damage.
Yeah, and we see. I'm gonna assume that North is gonna end up getting like an early Merc Treads against this lane. Um, a lot of times, you do see Teemos, people that's playing against Teemos go tabbies because of the on hit damage it does. But against needing to being able to auto attack so they can stack up their Q and just the overall CC on rivals, definitely a necessity. Almost on everyone on the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say it's a little bit of a scary comp. I mean, you don't really know what to do into the Teemo. The Teemo pick is always one of those things where it's like, I'm either going to stomp this guy or this guy is going to be an absolute menace for the entire game. And you never know what you're getting until maybe about 10 minutes in.
Yeah, honestly, I hope Megatron. Oh wow, that's
That
a
was a
lot of
lot of
damage.
damage.
I hope Megatron actually opts for like a Merc as well. Just in general, if you see how much CC this team has.
Yeah, it makes sense to have that. A lot of magic damage, a lot of CC. I think Murdrag's the way to go for everybody on the other side there.
Yeah,
Probably for the best.
and we see Eyesight actually go for a full clear while Jarvan went for a 3 camp and is down here looking for a gank, and
Here he
Rap
comes.
has no idea.
That's definitely what we want to
Oh,
see. The root going to come through. See the Barbarian, though. Has to flash. I don't know they survived. Nice flash forward to get the extension on Physiology's ability there. Ends up picking up one. Bound almost goes down for the trade, but not quite going to happen there.
yep, and that was only one flash burn. Oh,
Oh my god, as you say that. Two flash burn plus
yeah.
heal and exhaust.
Yeah, so that's all Sums burn for the rivals bot lane, and that was a great play by Physiology. Looking for that play is gonna allow Megatron to keep both their Sums. Abound did have to blow his, but first blood for CGA.
Yep, and Eyesight is topside here now. Trying to make a play on the other side, but Sakroza has a massive wave pushed here, about 2 waves for himself going through. Gonna maybe try to go mid lane as the Dark Binding just barely misses Physiology on that back there.
Yeah, North is actually able to keep fairly even CS, and will be even CS after this. Megatron is stopped and actually got hit by that binding, but it's gonna be able to walk out because Simply Q was farming up this minion wave.
Yeah, exactly. And Simply Q's very low on health as well.
Mhm.
Simply Q needs to clear this out and back because if not, then Megatron of Physiology will come back and do a massive amount of damage. So Simply has to try to get the back going here soon. Because if not, he's going to be leaving
Oh,
CB in a 1v2 situation, which is not too well for him. As
that was a
Easton getting chunked out.
yeah, that was good awareness by OTF because Easton was prepping that cannon minion for stacking, and OTF decided to take a quick trade with that and getting a small advantage for themselves.
Yeah, always smart to do that. Pay attention to your own wave. Know what people are going for. It's like when you're playing against Mundo and you see a cannon, you just stand in front of it because he has to either walk up and hit it or throw a cleaver and he's just going to hit you. So it's always nice to trade off a little bit of your own health for the enemy gold as Easton is taking a lot of damage in these trades now.
Yep, happened again. And Easton doesn't have any more pots left, while OTF does have, a biscuit and a health potion left. So Ethan's got to be very careful here because another combo can spell his death.
Yeah, Easton's got these biscuits against him on OTF, and like you said, he's getting very close to level 6 as well. So if he's not careful, one
And
more
here it
minion should
is.
be level 6 as well.
Oh,
And now bot lane here, Physiology taking quite a bit of damage as the heal comes through from Megatron. Used in the bot side there. So Simply Q and CB the Barbarian kind of trading back. There is only a flash advantage at this point for Megatron.
yeah. Eyesight is up by a couple of jungle camps so far. It's gonna be. Oh, it
This
looks like
is
Eyesight's gonna
Free
change to
Dragon.
Dragon. Yeah.
Nobody knows this is being taken except for the side of Rivals. Bound is on the bot side, though, potentially looking for a trade back on kills, sitting on the Tri-Brush.
hmm And
Up, they're going to make their move onto the bot side here. Physiology going to miss that high note. Megatron going to make it rain, but Simply Q's not going to get slowed enough as he's
oh,
going to 90 caliber net backwards. Abound going to take a lot of damage there. Eyesight comes right in immediately,
oh,
flashes.
that is gonna be
That's
a
a
dead
dead
Megatron.
Megatron.
It's
Nice
got
pick for them.
yeah, and Eyesight went in is like, oh wait, I shouldn't have done that, but the big binding by CB the Barbarian spells Megatron's death.
And mistakes were made instantly by Eyesight, realized it, recalculated, and ends up helping his team win out in the bot fight there. Simply Q picking up 1 kill. Going to be sitting on about 900 gold. Going to be about 500 gold ahead of Megatron at the 7-minute mark here.
Yeah, and at least Megatron will be able to get
Ooh.
all this fire. About is down here again. Oh, you so
There's the root, Simply Q, 90 caliber net, auto attack with the Q does almost half of Megatron's health.
Abound
But
is putting
Abound's wasting a
so
lot of time.
yeah, a lot of time in this bot lane, and only was the first one's actually successful, and they're Abound is losing a lot of CS to Eyesight. Eyesight is just gonna be able to path top lane, get all these jungle camps, and then look for plays, and eventually Eyesight is level 6, so
hmm Yeah, and Abound's down, what, 5 camps right now? Down
it's about
20
one full
CS?
level. Yeah.
Yeah, that is not a great move for him. I mean, once he hits 6, I'm sure he'll be okay, but if Eyesight continues on the progression that he's on right now, it's going to be very hard to deal with. Bound is did go the Merc Treads first and does have that stopwatch that is ticking down here. So I think what we talked about earlier was before the actual game started was right. Gonna be probably looking at the Turbo Chem tank into a Zonias.
Yep. Um, and right now, we do see the gold, 700 gold lead for rivals.
Mm.
Um, a lot of that is actually gonna be on the jungle. Oh, looks like Northworth is
Northbrook
looking for that
popping
level
the
6, like I
ghost,
said
running,
he
and
was.
there's the ultimate. But here comes Eyesight jumping right onto his head. Scatter the Weak's going to land. This Crows is going to pick up the kill, as well as this Rift Herald here with Eyesight. They'll probably drop that top immediately.
And what happened is Northward saw an opportunity, but didn't calculate where OTF was going to be, and OTF and Eyesight were there just to collapse, and the Crows are going to get a kill for themselves, and, if this lane wasn't already hard, it's going to get harder.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a dead Sakroza. I wasn't looking at the minimap, so I didn't see it. There was 2 roaming up. So Eyesight coming out of the corner of my screen was a sight to behold for sure. As he drops down on Northward's head, sets him back a little bit farther. I mean, you're still not too far away on the CS department, only about a wave and a third down. But now Teemo's going to be coming back with the kill, and he is about 600 gold ahead of you.
Yeah, the Cataclysm is up for Abound.
Ooh,
I
nice
wonder where Abound is gonna target this Cataclysm. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be bot lane, because Abound has been down there forever. But
read.
bot lane is like slowly losing on some gold
Oh,
advantage.
Northward getting greedy again, but here comes Eyesight and OTF yet again. Who's this going over to this time? OTF will take that with the Unleash power.
Bad timings. Bad timings is just name of the game up there. It's this perfect setup for just rivals, and they're gonna be able to take a lot of plates here.
Almost. Oh, okay. Bound going in. Eyesight still top side. So it is going to be able to stop the Rift Herald, but all plates are going to go down. Bound getting traded back a little bit with that mushroom there. And Eyesight still plenty ahead in terms of CS right now. Dead even on the levels. We'll probably hit level 8 first, though. But Eyesight's doing great moves around the map early on.
Yeah, not just eyesight, OTF as well. Being able to
Mm-hmm.
get this priority mid lane, the Veigar is gonna look to scale up, and oh, that it could be a
That's
dead
oh my god,
physiology.
Physiology's dead. Megatron doesn't get there in
Oh,
time, uses the heal for the move speed, but wasn't close enough for the actual heal itself and wasn't fast enough to stop it.
and this is what happens when you're playing against a Kayla Morgana lane. You have to push back, or Morgana is just gonna be able to get these bindings that just hits again.
So long, man.
CP the Barbarian has been on target with these bindings, not only to get these kills, but also to hold off, like make sure that they don't get ganked very often, because you know
Mhm.
it is becoming a menace. And right now, Simply Q does have 2 kills, and we did say that as AP heavy that Rivals is, if Caitlyn gets ahead, it's gonna be a very good game for them.
Yeah, for sure. And they already are ahead 15 CS, 2 kills.
Oh,
There's a dragon going over as well to Eyesight. They're going to back right off of that. So Infernal Soul this time around, it's about a 2.7k gold lead going over 2 rivals at the moment. And Megatron Physiology not having a great time in the bot lane despite a lot of support from Abound in the first 10 minutes.
yeah, and I think they kind of came to the game as like, we're just gonna target this bot lane. But the problem is that these waves were never in a position, or the best position, to like use gank. They always try to force it, and whenever they forced it, CB Barbarian was there to just be telling them to go away.
And not only that, but Abound spending so much time in the bot lane allowed Eyesight and OTF just to roam top without any kind of repercussions because OTF has so much prio in the mid lane.
Hmm.
So you've got the bot laner and the jungler down bot side, and then you've got a 3v1 on Northward in the top side who keeps getting, some slight advantages in the 1v1, but it's never really a 1v1, is it? Because Eyesight and OTF are right around the corner.
Yeah, and Eason does have Predator as
Mhm.
their rune, but they didn't actually go for boots early on.
Yeah, I was going to say they didn't buy boots until just now.
Yeah, so 12 minutes and 30 seconds in the game, they finally buy their boots, and they basically did not have a keystone that entire time.
Yep, that
And
was maybe, I don't know if a misplay or what. Maybe just thought that he didn't need him yet.
yeah, but it definitely could have helped to try to make plays across the map.
Hmm.
Definitely how OTF and Eyesight are playing. They're playing together, they're playing as a team, and they're getting plays across the map. But in that entire time, Easton would be mid laner, and looks like Northwood
Sakroz
is
is
looking for
dead
another one.
here for sure. Yeah, the cues from Northward are just too strong. That's what I was talking about earlier. As long as you're landing
Yep.
those, you are just chunking Sakroza out. Pop the ghost, ran him down. Good
Yep.
night to the rat.
Yeah, the needlework, if those land, needleworks does so much damage. It creates that slow, letting Northward actually get top, and he's gonna run to a shroom.
Gonna take a little bit of damage for his troubles there, but it is gonna trade back some gold. Probably take 1 plate. I don't think he gets a second one with the timing on this. Maybe does. I'm not sure. Let me.
Oh,
20 seconds. Should get it. Speaking of plates, one more auto attack on this bottom turret should do it. They'll
there it
get
is.
another plate there.
And looks like Easton's actually looking to make a play on this red buff, and it's just gonna be taken away. Eyesight smites that away. Easton is still down there. They're both seen, but nothing's gonna come of this.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they actually try a 4v4 in the bot lane, rivals are way too much of an advantage in that, and it would not go too well for CGA. Rift Herald will be up in 20 seconds though. We'll see who moves to it first, if anyone at all.
Yeah, and Simple Q is just actually gonna take this turret, and that's gonna be the first turret going down. So that's a lot of gold going into Simple Q's pocket.
Yeah, Simply Q's gonna be sticking at 6,200 gold at the moment, the
It's
most in
2K
the
ahead.
game by a long shot.
Yeah, it's 2K ahead of their counterpart Megatron. Megatron is,
Oh no, Simply
oh
Q,
no.
speaking of gold, is gonna be able to come right through here and pick himself up another kill with the help of OTF and that Unleashed Power as Abound TPs into the mid lane there with that spellbook.
Yeah, I love how Spellbook is still glitched on when you change it. It just
Yep,
doesn't.
still don't know.
But Yeah, Simsky is just all over the map as a ADC. We saw some glimpses of success last game where they almost brought back the game for rivals, but it was just a little bit too little too late. And Simba Q in this game is 3-0, sitting pretty, and Rivals has a 4K gold lead, picking up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I just think like you said in the last game, I think the amount of damage that Simply Q and Barbarian did, the amount of CC they got in, what they did for the team, uh, wasn't talked about enough.
Hmm.
They played very well throughout the entire game. I don't want to just put it on any one person, but Eyesight's been looking very good this game. 0-0-3 has that chem tank as well. OTF has been moving around the map a lot and just doing very well despite, Sakroza picking the Teemo, and it did well early on with the help of Eyesight, but now Northward is becoming an issue on this Gwen.
Hmm. But is it too little too late? That's a lot of gold already. Abound is, pretty far back in terms of actual gold.
Right.
Uh, but eventually Abound is going to get that Turbo Chem Tank, and the Zodias is going to just be looked to be the engage bot and keep everyone in one place so the bullet time can, kill everyone, and Eason can kill everyone. It's how they want to play this game.
Right, exactly. Rift Herald dropped into the mid lane here. Gonna get a little bit of damage off on that tower. Didn't do a whole lot. Usually like using that Rift Herald to help you secure the dragon, but it was dead before
We
anything
have a
even
TP
really
coming in
started.
from
Behind
Northward.
from Gwen.
This is going to be a massive fight right here. It looks like Abound is in the pit, and
Eyesight's gonna go in early here. A bound gonna get chunked up. A nice
woo,
bullet time coming through. Will steal the dragon.
wow.
And the ultimate coming through from Eyesight on top of a bound who pops that Zonia's. Eyesight getting a little bit of damage in. Trying to run away. Northward's
Everyone's
trying
so
to trade
low.
back. Eyesight is still somehow alive right now. Finally gets taken down. Caitlyn's going to trade
Oh,
back 1-2. Syndra is going to be able to pick up one on the backside as well. Northward is the only one left alive as Simply Q tries to go for a quadra kill here. OTF very low, needs to flash
wow.
away. Auto attack, auto attack, auto
Oh,
attack. Simply Q is godlike for the unofficial quadra kill.
the main target, Simply Q, was able to survive all of that. That fight was almost fantastic for CGA. But the only problem is Simply Q. They survived through the whole thing, and what happened is that they were able to clean up these close kills, sitting at 7-0-1, and taking the enemy Krugs as well.
Yeah, it has 2,200 gold in his pockets right now. Should be a pretty big buy for him on the way back. OTF surviving through that whole thing.
Mm,
Eyesight staying alive for as long
yeah.
as he did somehow really helped keep that team together as well. I think if Eyesight fell earlier, we see a little bit of a different fight there because they're able to maybe get onto someone a little bit earlier. But yeah, that was a crazy play.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think if Ethan was able to get onto the Caitlyn early on in that fight, it's gonna be a pretty easy win for CGA. But Caitlyn, Simp Q, was able to withstand everything, was able to heal up quite a bit, and
Nice flash from
very
Sakroza over the wall.
Simply Q is definitely the target in every one of these fights now.
He has to be. The problem is getting back there, right? Sakroza is just doing free magic damage if you're not focusing him. Eyesight's a giant tank, and Barbarian's got insane CC, while OTF's just one-shotting you. So the problem is
Yeah.
getting back there, because the only person that can is a bound, unless you're, Seraphine with a nice high note or a nice ultimate, so that way Megatron can follow up on it.
Yeah, they definitely have the CC to do it. They have the, Wombo combo to burst down OTF and Simply Q at the same time if they're able
Mhm.
to hit, um, Bullet Time, the Cataclysm, the Encore, all of them at the same time can easily do it. So
Right.
still, just a simple misstep from Rivals can swing the game.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, not over by any means. I mean, we saw 5K Goldie get shut out last night in Blatt. So 5K is like nothing anymore. I guess that just means absolutely nothing. This is Easton trying to trade back some damage there onto OTF, not doing a whole lot on it. Baron should be up in about 20 seconds. I don't think that'll be the next objective right away, but it could for Rivals. Simply Q, I think, has enough damage with Eyesight's tankiness to take that down.
Yeah, just one major thing to note is that in that fight, in the Dragon fight, Abound was able to secure it, I believe. or
It
CGA in
was
general.
Megatron that
It was
stole it with the
Megatron.
ultimate. Yep.
CGA was able to secure the dragon, so they won't be forced to fight for this soul quite yet.
Sure.
So they will have time to look to get back into trim this gold lead.
Yeah, the only issue now is that mid lane tower has gone down, so that leaves a bit of a gap for CGA to be able to contest these objectives in Baron or on Dragon. Obviously, they still can. It's just a bounce down a little bit at the moment. Obviously, now he has no more stopwatch. Doesn't have the Zonia's finished just yet, sitting at about 900 gold. So won't have that available for the next fight. And I think once Zonia's is finished for a bound, they might have a little bit of a better time. But right now, rivals are going to have a pretty hefty advantage.
Yeah, we could definitely see a lot of goals swing over to CGA if one fight goes well. There's 3 towers up on the board, tier 1 towers to take, and 2 major shutdowns that they could grab if, for example, if SimpliQ and OTF get caught out. So it's definitely all about positioning here, and SimpliQ did go for the Gale Force this game, so it's going to be able to get out of harm's way if necessary. Every what, 110 seconds? Is that buffed yet?
Um,
110 seconds, yeah.
110, yes, sir.
Alright,
Uh,
already nerfed.
I do like the build path that Simply Q has going this game as opposed to the last one. I don't really think there's any build path I don't like on either side. CBO Barbarian going for the Zonia's Hourglass first item. Very nice. Has that finish. Be able to just flash ult Zonia's 5 people if need be. And that's the fight essentially for him. Dragon's up in 5 seconds here. We'll see who gets prepped around it first.
We
Looks
have,
like it will be rivals.
oh, looks like, a bound almost just got drilled by a binding. And it's gonna look
Oh,
for
but
the
the bounce
steal,
gonna be
but
able to go in.
it's
Does
secured.
get stolen. Will go down.
Oh,
A big ultimate with the bullet time coming through there. Will help pick up one. That's a double kill
wow.
for Vigar. Easton
Not just
trying
that.
to trade back and does. And now CB Barbarian will be going down as well. That's going to be an ace for 1.
That's an ace, and that's what happens. The 1,000 gold shutdown goes over to Easton A. 550 gold goes over to Northward shutdown, and these towers are still right for the taking. This gold lead is actually going to be trimmed to almost like 1k.
Yeah, that's really all they need is
Oh,
a solid
and
wombo
Baron's being
combo like
pinged
that.
out.
I don't think they can take Baron. I think that's a mistake.
They don't have a tank.
Yeah,
They
they
don't
have
have
no tank and they have no damage.
damage yet.
They have nothing to take that with. They should just back off. North, we're going to be able to take a tower on the bot side though for the troubles. So not a bad play off of that. But yeah, the wombo combo is all it takes. The J4 ultimate, a very nice encore from
Yep.
Physiology onto 4 people, and then Megatron laying down the bullet time to try to finish him off there. And Easton doing very well in that.
And yeah,
Bringing
this
himself right
gold
back into
lead
the game.
is now 300. The Dragon did go over to rivals, but 4k gold lead was just gone.
Yeah, I'd say big lead. I mean, I said it right before it happened. I guess the 5K gold lead means absolutely nothing in times like this, I guess. So 5K down to 400. Still up in terms of the objectives, though, even on towers, but ahead 2 dragons. Not going to mean a whole lot until they really start finding out how they want to play out these fights, though.
We got a big thing to note. Where did that gold go? A lot of the gold went on to Gwen. A lot of the gold went on to Easton. It's where Northward was actually becoming a problem because of how much damage he was doing in these team fights, the flanks that he was getting off, and with more gold, he has 2 completed items. Easton is a Vagar that's gonna continuously scale and is gonna be able to one-shot a lot of people.
I think the only thing I'm not a huge fan of is the Banshee's Veil's second item for Vagar. I think there's too much on the map to where Banshee's Veil is going to be kind of useless. Because...
I think he just wants to make sure, okay, being able to dodge a binding or not get hit by a stun is pretty important in a team fight, and plus it gives you a lot of MR, which a lot of this burst damage is.
Sure, but what happens when he steps on a trap or when he steps on a Teemo Shroom?
Yeah, it's gonna be gone, but it does give him that innate
auto attack.
Just
he's auto attacked by Caitlyn from 600 meters away.
It's I don't think he's gonna intentionally step on a trap.
I'm sure he's not going to intentionally step on one, but you know, if Syndra hits him with a ball, or if he gets auto attacked and then he gets hit by a binding, trap goes down. Like, there's so much CC in the game, and there's so
Mhm.
much stuff that can proc the Banshee's Veil that really all he's getting out of it is
Yeah.
the ability power magic resist, which I
Yeah, which
think
is
he can
actually
get something for something
interesting
else.
that he actually opted to go for the Stork shoes if he's that concerned about the damage.
Yeah,
There it
it
is,
is.
finding.
Yeah,
It's
that,
damage.
there's the tormented soil drop
Valley
down as
baby.
well. Value instantly. Ooh, nice dodge on that one here. We have everybody going top. Teemo's the only person on the bot side. I would like to see Teemo continuously push the bot side. Maybe get a TP in from Easton.
Yeah,
There we go. He is going to stop the back.
even though how much like how even the gold is, you can see how much power CGA is feeling right now, and they're gonna actually start up this
Baron
Baron.
pings. Nobody knows.
Hmm.
This is going to be a free Baron again.
Yeah, with the Gwen, if this is snuffed out, it could be a steal like that, but like there's no vision on
There's
this map from
nobody around it.
Rivals.
No one has
Forthward
any
does a
idea.
ton of damage to this, and it's gonna be just gone.
Good night. Yep, that's Baron at 26 minutes. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we just saw in the last game as well. A 26-minute Baron, but it was on the other side. I believe Rivals had it in the last game. So we'll see
Wait, no,
what CGA makes of it. No,
CGA got it last game.
did CJ get it last game?
CGA got it, but there's opposite side. Remember when?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot they were late. They were. I keep forgetting they swapped sides.
Here's a big thing though. 38 seconds. Infernal Soul coming up. Oh, Rivals does have control of the vision right now, but it should be
It's just about
getting.
dodging the
Yeah, it's
skill shots
about.
here. You can't get hit. You can't group up
He's
and let
about gonna get
J4.
caught here. That's one
Oh,
big problem.
Bound goes golden here, and
Unfortunate.
that was
Oh,
way too
twist.
early. Physiology.
Oh
And
no.
J4 burning down with the shroom there. Man, Physiology held on to that, or I should say, used it way too early. Should have waited for a Bound to re-engage
Yeah, without the
to use
encore,
that.
with a bound that low, it's gonna be very difficult for CGA to win this fight unless one major pick can happen. Oh,
Oh, tries to take it. Physiology does, but he
mhm.
ends up unable to. Dragon starting to get taken down here. Bound probably going to try to go for a steal,
Oh,
and
big damage.
not quite, but he does
But
get taken down by Megatron there. Nice kill. They trade one for the soul. I think that's kind of
he
worth it
got
if you're
picked off
Rivals.
by Timo.
Yeah, that was very oddly played. It's weird seeing Timo pick up things like that.
And
Has the
that
Riftmaker, has the Nashor's Tooth.
that stemmed from a bound getting caught early on in that fight, then
Yep.
forcing Physiology to try to burn the encore to make something happen immediately. But with both whiffing, it did allow Rivals to get control of that entire pit. Uh, Fortunately for CGA, they do have a little bit of Baron left, and they'll be trying to use that to get some gold.
Yeah, they really need to understand that their whole team fight is a bound Physiology Megatron in order of ultimates. And as soon as the Physiology used that ult, it was just done. Should have waited for a bound for the re-engage. It was up in maybe one more second.
Yeah,
And even if a bound died, I think
even at
they'd
this
still come
point,
out
I
on
think
top.
that whenever the dragon gets started, I think it's still fine because of Megatron being able to use her bullet time
Right.
in these fights. But I think that was a very desperate play from Physiology to try to use it to either start a fight immediately or try to save a bound. Bound did go very low anyway, so it
Mhm.
was very hard for them to look for a play. He almost got the dragon though.
He did. That would have been insane if they were able to take that with the help of Megatron. Unfortunately, just barely gets squeaked by. But they do end up trading onto Eyesight, which isn't terrible. I guess you take that at least one kill. If you're going to be giving up Dragon, it's nice to always take something back with it. So they're still in the lead in gold by about 3K, bringing it up from the 5K deficit they were at earlier. They are now down an Infernal Drake, which is not great considering Rivals' main priority being all of the damage they have on their team.
Do I see Easton going a force of nature?
I think you do.
I think that is a force of nature, and Easton is very doing a lot of damage anyway. Um, Eyesight does have the chem tank into Zonia's, so not a lot of MR on the side of Rivals.
Mhm.
So going a little bit of tankier build, it is not going to punish him that much as well because he's still able to one shot Zipiki. He's still able to one shot OTF. So, and that's the two main targets you want to just annihilate.
Yeah, I think I would like to see maybe Eyesight, of all people, go,
Force of nature or something.
not Force of Nature, but, what do you call it? Why am I losing my mind on it? It's not even right. I keep wanting to say Merc Skim.
Oh, a
It's
bound
not
is
Merc
looking
Skim.
for this.
Ultimate by a bound. Simply is just going to get right out of there. Ultimate coming down from Eyesight as well. Physiology going to turn. Get a nice
Oh, there
double
goes.
encore, but it's not going to be enough as a bound is going to get down as well. That's going to be a double kill into a triple kill. Northward trying to trade back something here, but unable to. Going to go ahead and dash right back out. Ultimate's coming through. Going to land, but not quite going to follow up with the kill.
That play was extremely forced by the entire CGA squad. They didn't have anyone set up. Bound goes in, tries to get on top of Sympathy, but Sympathy does have the 90 caliber net, is able to get out of the fight, and we saw Physiology try to get into the fight to get an encore off, but just getting absolutely destroyed by Eyesight. It was just a botch play from the very beginning.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
it
the
looks like
team was just very separated. Physiology seemed to not really know where he wanted to throw that encore, opting
mhm.
to hit as many people as he could with it, which, did the
Oh,
best
that's
he could in
gonna
that
force a
situation.
TP uh uh out of
Sarosa.
Synchroza, yeah.
Sakroza, yeah. Oh, also, Maw Malmortis is what I'm looking for, by the way, which I think Eyesight should pick up. I think it's just very
He
good
doesn't need
as an item. He
Oh,
doesn't need it. I just think it's a good item for burst.
Ethan is actually gonna
Speaking
blow
of burst,
up.
good night to OTF and the rest of rivals here as CB the Barbarian trying to stay alive will eventually get taken down. Simply Q will fall next, and
Oh,
Sakroza is going to be right behind him. Good
they
night,
have
and
a wave
just
in
like
bot
that,
lane.
a quadra kill
They have a wave in
goes
bot
over.
lane. They could go for this bot lane win right now, but they're opting to go for Baron. Oh, you do a lot of
10
damage.
seconds on
Just
Baron.
20 seconds. You could at least get an inhibitor bot lane, and that's almost pretty solid as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna get this. Northward
Hmm.
will end up not getting it, though, is the problem. They're gonna take it pretty quickly here.
Yeah,
Easton might not even get it if they take this too quick.
they're taking it off the board. Sometimes an bot lane inhibitor is very lethal in these
Hmm.
type of games, but they're gonna opt for the very safe play to get this Baron and try to reset for this Elder. But the problem is, Elder's up at 56 seconds. They won't have vision on it. They were
No.
not gonna have priority over this Elder. We saw what happened last time when a Bound tried to step into no vision. They lost a soul.
Yeah, I was gonna say that that bot lane inhib would have come in handy quite a bit
Hmm.
for this Elder that's coming up because they would have had the bot lane priority right away. I don't think Baron does much for them in this situation because Northward doesn't have it. They're not going to be pushing as much as they would like to, so they
Rivals
can't really
actually didn't
pull
move
anyone
in
away from the bot
immediately.
lane.
Rivals didn't move in instantly, so they will have to walk in. They're gonna try to get vision right now, so they both teams are in at the same place. And oh,
Oh, Eyesight gonna go golden immediately here. So does not have that. A nice two-man scatter of the week. See what happens. Dragon has spawned.
by the way,
Trying to get down some
Eason is
traps.
taking absolutely zero damage from OTF right now.
Yeah, no, he's
It's
not
so
getting hit by
funny.
anything. That Force of
I
Nature is
love it.
doing work for him.
Yeah, we're gonna see this dragon dance right here, and it looks like Predator was popped, and Eason is running around looking for a play.
Yeah, Baby Cage is coming up here.
Oh,
Just
that's a lot of
jockeying for
damage.
position. Yeah, that Elder's doing a lot of damage there. Northward takes a big chunk.
Hmm.
Just keeping it
And
back and forth. Redemption's going to come down. I think maybe a little bit early. Probably could have saved that for the actual team fight itself. And the,
just the
wow, Banshee's Veil didn't do a lot there. It stopped him from getting bound, but, man, he took a lot of damage there
yeah, it's
from
from the
Simply
Caitlyn
Q.
auto rapid fire cannon. Right
Yep.
now, Simply
Oh
Q.
my
Oh,
god, Physiology getting absolutely bursted by OTF there. Bound gonna go in, but nobody's really behind for the follow-up. Ultimate's not gonna hit by Physiology there. A Bound is gonna go down.
oh, that's a
OTF
lot of damage.
trying to stay alive as MF finally falls to Sakroza. Northwork gonna go down. The ultimate coming through from Simply Q, not gonna land, but man, what a turn for rivals there. Sakroza still on the chase for Physiology.
And Physiology
Will
will
burn
burn down.
down. Yep, Sakroza's gonna pick that up, and now that is gonna be Elder going over to rivals.
And this is what happens. When you have a Baron and you do a Dragon Dance, you're wasting the Baron. The Baron's absolutely useless. If they
Yep.
got that bottom inhibitor, they have a way pushing the spot lane to help them keep priority over this Dragon. Now, they won't have Baron. It was basically just 300 gold for everyone's pockets. And now they have to face against the Elder Dragon. And every time it happens when we have one of these dances, it's gonna be rivals coming up on top because of Simply Q's range.
And now at this point, Simple Q's range with the amount of crit and damage that
Mhm.
he just is sitting on right now could two auto attack with a headshot anybody on the other team now. Nobody's really that tanky. Easton doesn't have much armor at all. Plenty of magic resist, but that's not going to do anything into Simply Q's 12, 2, and 4, nearly 300 CS, sitting at 5 items, full build.
And what is shaping up to be a possibly a 5-game series if rivals can close this out? OTF is looking for a one-shot with this Inferno Soul and Elder, and that's very possible as Syndra. And right now, Simply Q is just driving off both Physiology and Megatron at the same time.
Yeah, I would have liked to see this happen with Simply Q in the last game. With what we saw in the final plays there on that Zaya, definitely could have been a thing throughout the entire game had they not been so far behind so early on. And now that we're seeing rivals be a little bit ahead earlier on, we're seeing a very different bot lane
Yeah,
for rivals and
this is
in the better way.
in it. This turret cannot be held off. Most likely, especially with the Volibear on their
Oh my
team.
god.
One big dive with the ability to, execute people with the Elder Dragon is a game-losing play. They just have to give up as much as they can, hopefully hold off on the actually Nexus turrets.
See why they don't just keep going in here. I think they could potentially go for a dive for free. They've
Hmm.
got every ultimate up. They have the
The Elder.
shutdown of the turrets for eyesight. They have the elder. I think they just go in and they could end the game potentially right there.
Yeah, one big pick, one big play can actually just absolutely destroy the entire CGA team, especially because they're so squishy. They're not that the tankiest person on their team is gonna be is gonna be Jarvan and Easton,
Yeah, I
which
was
is
gonna say I
great.
think Vigar might even be a little bit tankier than a
Then like
bound at this
North,
point.
then yeah, I think North has the Frozen Heart looking to get into this back line
Line.
and try to
Okay, Easton
pass.
has about 100 less health than a bound.
What about
So
MR and
he's
armor?
up there. Let's see. A bound sitting on 156 armor with 108 MR. Easton
Easton
at
has
163
3
MR
MR.
with 84 armor. So a lot of MR,
Yeah.
but the armor is where the problem comes in.
Yeah, it's because Simply Q got so far ahead, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh no. So when
And we
you're,
talked about that too. It's like before the game started, we said that Simply Q needs to pop off for the negated magic damage to really do anything.
yeah, and when basically Easton's build is just, trying to not get one shot by Syndra, Teemo, Morgana, whatever.
Mhm.
But the problem here is now it's all Simply Q. Your MR is not gonna do anything against that, and you don't have that much AP. You have, let's see, he's sitting on 743 AP, but imagine what he could have at that point.
Exactly. If he's actually building AP, I mean, Syndra's got 323 AP.
Hmm.
Vigar with 700 AP with 2 tank items would be ridiculous if he actually had like a
And
Rabadon's Death Cap and a Morello's.
yep, and now we have a Baron dance about to happen. And now here's the thing: inhibitor is down for CGA. They will need to protect it at some points. If this Baron dance continues, and the turrets, next turrets are gonna take a lot of damage, and eventually it's just gonna be rivals taking this Baron anyway.
More than likely, yeah. I mean, I would have changed the position to be
Oh,
more vertical in the way that it just was, and let Sakroza or somebody just push mid to have someone fall back. But now they're jockeying for position around it here. Fight should be opening relatively soon.
yeah, that's a 40-minute QW combo from the Veigar, and oh no, there's just
Oh,
oh no,
physiology. Oh, that's the fight over right there.
fight
Eyesight's going
is
to jump in instantly. He's going to go golden. Sakroza going to get a lot of damage down to Simply Q's going to get a finish off kill. The bullet time's going to take one, but that is it. As a bound's going to fall next. That's a triple kill going over to Simply Q. That is not what you want to see if you are physiology.
yeah, and oh, that's a
Oh,
lot of damage
goes
actually going
golden
to
on
TP
Easton.
Barbarian, but it looks like they're not able to get to their base. Their base is in
That
shambles right
should be
now.
the, yeah, that's got to be the game. I don't see it. There's any way they can stop this. The flash
Megatron
from
was
Megatron.
force
Oh, but
flash,
he's going
but
to go
now they're
down.
just doomed, and that's a headshot onto Megatron. Unfortunately, That will be first Nexus turret down. Simply Q is going to look to take the second one. And, oh, well, Easton tried to execute Simply Q, but Simply Q did have the GA. And game 2, going over the rivals.
Two rivals 1-1 right at the 40-minute mark, 19-25, with really only a 3K uh, victories won with such a very small gold lead. But
I mean, it did stem from, the back and forth.
CF with all those roams.
And
Yeah.
I think a big thing we have to take away from this game is, you know, was it the better play to take that Baron instead of taking the bottom inhibitor?
I think you
And
should have gone bot.
taking the inhibitor would help you secure objectives a lot of time, especially when it's one of the side waves and
Mhm.
it's the furthest away from Baron. It creates pressure on the bot side of the map. Will that have changed that Elder Dragon dance in game? In the last fight, we saw Northward try to kill these super minions that were pushing in, and eventually the entire vision control was on the side of rivals, and
Right.
a desperation fight broke out where CGA was just not in the right positioning and this got wiped.
Yeah, it definitely could have been a different fight for sure. I agree with you. I think they should have stayed bot. I think they should have grabbed the inhib because it was a minute until Dragon was up. They would have had supers pushing, and they could have focused around the Elder, got some vision around there, and fought for that, and just waited really because they could have had rivals in a choke point for Physiology, MF, and J4 to set up their ultimates. Unfortunately, went for the Baron and then ended up giving priority of the Elder.
Yeah, and then overall damage, the Simply Q did 35k damage. 40-minute game. Looks like Easton did about 20k damage, and apparently Giraffe Lol is down.
Oh, is it? Fun. I guess we'll see. Well, I mean, you use Pro Draft, right? Pro
Yep.
Draft. Is that up?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go.
I guess we'll wait for next game.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll take it to a quick break here while we sort out what's going on for picks and bans. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Game number 3, completely tied up. See you in just a couple. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are on Pro Draft. Now that Draft Wall's dead. Right into the bands here. Rivals versus CGA game number 3. I'm still Fury, still joined by Bully. Bully, what do you think needs to happen in this draft for really either team to win?
I know, first of all, RIP Dreffel, but so I think we are seeing rivals looking for that Syndra pick, especially with the Lux ban yet again. They seem to be, wanting that pick, but CGA, will need to, I guess, be able to adapt more in game. They put a lot of effort and resources bot lane early on, and they lost control of the map early on, and that's
Right.
what resulted in the Infernal Soul being taken. Even though they got a couple Barons, but a lot of those Barons were wasted on Dragon Dances, and it just ended up being a slow, painful death. They had a couple good fights, but a lot of the fights became rushed, and if they weren't all on the same page, they were losing them.
Yeah, and Rivals opting to go for a Vygar pick here, which I'm surprised about because I
They
guess it's just the first pick blue side for everybody here right now.
It was banned game 1 for CGA. They banned the
Mhm.
Victor and Vagar in game 1, and they allowed it to go through. So looks like they're gonna opt to take that Corki. Corki, does tons of damage. It's gonna be a fun time to watch. 30-minute Corki shoot a big rocket at these squishies and one shot them. But Corki Jin taken.
Yeah, not a bad pick. A lot of range already for CGA. We'll see what Rivals end up picking into this here. Vygar, first pick. We'll see if it's even Vygar mid or if they throw that into the bot lane. But
Nah,
Lucian getting hover. I mean, that could very well be Lucian mid
it
into the
could. It
Corki
could.
with Vygar on the bot side. But now
No,
they're
it's Lucian,
picking
bro.
Braum. Why are they just not doing Vygar Senna? Like that would be such a good play then
I don't
Lucian
know how
mid
many
into the
people in the
Corki.
league actually play Senna.
That's crazy. Things need
But
to change.
they go to Lucian Braum. The classic duo. You can actually proc Lucian's passive with the Braum W if you did not know that.
Hmm.
So it can still be that damage that you see with like a Lucian Nami besides, a few points. But Jin, Leona picked, they counter that, or well, like Leona to pick, they counter the Braum.
Right. Yeah, I think I mean Rivals are just going for those tried and true classics. Kate Morgana, Lucian Braum. Uh very nice picks here. Maybe we'll see Twitch and Lulu if Twitch gets left up next game. But not a bad draft so far. I think I'm liking this Rivals draft more so the past couple games.
Yep, and
Now they're gonna be on that GP.
uh, GP band, Volibear band, they did not like Eyesight playing the Volibear. And
That's understandable. I wouldn't either. I would not let him play that again.
let's see if the Lao is gonna be banned again. But
I still don't
this
get it. I think it's a waste of a ban.
allows the or jungle flag.
They're bringing it back. I mean, they very well could be.
Yeah, I mean it's a big possibility. The It's a lot of lot of hard engage that they have right now at CGA. They have the Call of the Forge God. They have the Solar Flare. They can make a lot of big fights happen, but will that Orin actually be top lane, or if they're taking the jungle again?
If anyone on Rivals plays Kindred, I would love to just see Kindred get thrown into this because CGA would have not a lot to go off of against that. Rivals could easily kill from a
Ooh,
Kindred
I
ultimate from Lamtress Bite.
feel like I think CGA actually might go ahead and pick a Camille or even the Gwen again against Gnar. Yeah, I think it actually might be the Gwen pick again.
Yeah.
Um,
Ooh,
oh,
oh man, you had my hopes up for 2 seconds with the Jacks. But
we're
Jake 4 gonna get picked
we're seeing the
again.
jungle matchup for game one that we saw, and
Different people
completely
playing
different
it.
jungler playing for rivals though. I see Eyesight. Eyesight did have a lot of pressure in the for game two. He was able to take advantages where a Bound was looking to try to just consistently gank bottom. Um, I think this is gonna be a different jungle look in this game because Eyesight looked to play off the matchup a little bit better than Righteous, but the Maokai is taken.
I'll just say right now, I don't like CG. Oh,
Oh,
it's Camille?
no, that's
Okay.
Camille.
Okay, never mind. They're fine. I was gonna say I don't like that draft because there's no DPS. Camille should be all right. That does a lot better than what Maokai would do.
Yeah,
So I do like both of these drafts here. I'm very excited to see Eyesight on the J4 because of what we just saw him do on the Volley Bear. Wait, last
wait,
pick was. What's happening?
what? All right. But it was.
Yeah, it's Camille. Anyway,
Yeah, I believe they corrected
um,
it fairly quickly.
they did like right away.
Yeah.
They said Camille. Yep. So we're good. We'll see what happens on that there. Anyway, yeah. So I do like both these sides of the drafts. I'm not sure if I like any one more than the other. I do still think I like the J4 matchup into the Ornn as long as it's played correctly.
Yeah, I I think apart from the Gnar, the Rivals comp is pretty fairly easy as well. Um a big thing that is might become an issue is where uh if Corki becomes a little bit too aggressive, he could get immediately jumped on by the Jarvan, Predator Veigar, things like that. So they just got to be a little bit you know, wary about that.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. Um, the Jin Leona I do like a lot. But the Lucian Braum, I mean that's devastating if they get ahead. That Braum ult will do a lot, especially into the Corki when trying to package in. If Braum can synchronize his ultimate with that, stop a Jin ult, stop Leona from going in, can shut down Camille pretty quickly. The main thing that I'm worried about is going to be the top lane. However, I feel like Camille should have an advantage over Gnar. But the problem is Gnar can be dangerous later on in the game. It's just going to be playing around his timer of that Mega Gnar.
Yeah, it's where it becomes difficult to play with the Gnar because a lot of teams either wait too long or don't wait long enough to allow Gnar to be in that state where the Gnar can create massive plays for their team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if any. Do you see any strict lead in the draft? Like, is there anything calling out to you in either of these drafts that you like more than the other?
I think big thing is where we look at if rivals can punish the Ornn jungle again, or can they do it this time? I think they have a better idea of how the Ornn is going to play. Um, but the biggest thing is where the pressure is going to be put on by Eyesight, because I know Eyesight was looking to make plays off of a bounds like over aggressive plays through bot lane, and Eyesight did take the dragons fairly quickly. Than a bound was actually positioning to do. So especially when you're Jarvan against an Ornn, you see Eyesight is probably going to take the first dragon, and that's where bot lane's priority is going to lie.
Yeah, I would have to hard agree to that.
Especially
It's
when you have a Lucian Braum.
yeah, Lucian Braum is not is not the best thing to go into as any laner. It's just like giving someone Kate Moore, Zyra Khan. You know, it's one of those duos that is just good for the sake of being good, and it's hard really to do anything into them because they synergize so well. There's not a whole lot of ways to punish Lucian Braum either. There's a lot of methods of escape. There's a lot of ways to go in. So it's going to be hard to punish that bot lane.
Yeah. Um, I'm gonna be interested to see how Megatron and Physiology are going to combat Lucian Braum, especially if, even if Physiology gets tagged with the Braum Q or auto tag, that's gonna be a lot of damage just done onto Physiology.
Right. Yeah, Physiology, it plays these, I don't want to say squishy, but relatively squishy supports. Playing that Seraphine in the last game was just getting absolutely obliterated on the Seraphine when they were missing the ults, especially. Anybody got on top of them, pretty much instantly dead. Did a little bit better on the Rakan. Was still getting poked out quite a bit, but Rakan has a lot more escapes, a lot more movement, so a lot less punishable than the Seraphine is. But the Leona is going to be very punishable. You know, she has to drop Solar Flare and then Zenith Blade in to a fight, and then can't really do anything after that. She can try to flash out, but that's not going to do much for her because she still needs to be in there. So Physiology needs to prioritize when and where to use these ultimates, because that I don't want to throw everything onto him from the last game, but those Miss Seraphine ults were a big portion of those lost team fights.
Yeah, the big thing you do have from CGA is that you can look for a fight, but then back off. Soul Flare, you don't have to commit to that engage. The Call of the Forge God, you don't have to commit. The big thing about playing Jarvan, you basically have to commit. If you're going for it, you're committed,
Yeah.
and it can put you in a bad spot. However, it does allow you as a team, especially when you have a mobile ADC like Lucian, to play more of a skirmish type play, while Ethan 8 is more likely to try to go for that poke. Megatron is going to be most likely go for that poke as well with Ethan 8 and just try to get these fourth shot crits off until these fights break out.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. I think that this is going to be a pretty close game, depending
Mhm.
on which lanes get ahead early. Northward, I think, is going to be the lane to watch. It'll be fun watching Camille just jump all over Gnar. So
Uh,
we'll see what happens on that one.
I think a big thing to note is that in games 1 and 2, it was Rivals bot lane won both of those games.
Mhm.
Games 2, Northward did end up winning against a Teemo, even though it was a painful beginning. And then game 2, Eyesight did out jungle Abound. So it's going to be a big show of how the junglers play in this game, as well as what happens in mid lane. OTF got the roams off very well in game 2, and Ethan was basically more tunneled in mid lane for basically the first 13 minutes.
Yeah, no, for sure. It kept them back for a while. Northwood eventually did come into it to get a lot of damage out. That's kind of what Camille does as well.
Hmm.
She does a lot of damage early, but she will do a lot of damage later on, regardless of how far behind she is. You know, 2.5, 3 items, she's good. Same with the bound, especially if he's able to get those upgraded. So we're gonna go to a quick break here. We'll see what happens going into game number 3. I will throw a bet up because I forgot. I don't think we've been doing that between games. I'll throw a bet up for this game and see what happens there. Don't go anywhere. Be right back in just a couple minutes.
I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, not likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains, I'm the boss, I'm making change, I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name, I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame, no I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness, I just wanna be greatness, I just wanna be greatness, I just wanna be greatness. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste me, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent, I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it, I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna take me, you can try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste me, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste me, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, not likely.
All right, everybody, welcome back on to the Rift game number 3. Sides have been swapped again. Rivals versus CGA. No invade this time around, Bully. How do you feel about that?
You know, standard 5 point. I do want to point out, Easton looks like to take the Dark Harvest. I know he loves to
Yeah.
take that rune, but like, this is where First Strike is a very nice gold income item on something like Corki, especially when you start E on Corki, you just walk up, gets free gold.
Not only
So I guess
that, but no heal in the bot lane for CGA. Cleanse, Flash, and Flash Ignite
looks
for
like Jarvan's gonna
Megatron and
force a
Physiology.
flash.
Ooh, okay. Very nice.
Yeah,
Flash for a ward. Not very worth it if your eyesight there, but realistically, you don't need your Flash in the
oh
first 5 minutes of the game.
yeah, it looks like Rivals was able to get a ward on the blue side as well. But
Mhm.
another thing to note is Megatron did end up taking cleanse in this game. I don't know how worth it that is, because the only major thing you're gonna cleanse is either you're gonna cleanse the Veigar cage or you're gonna cleanse the Braum passive.
You're right. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, okay, unpause. Okay, that was
Yep.
quick. Thank God.
Yeah, it was
Um,
lagging issues, here and there.
but yeah, I mean, the cleanse, it'll be good for one thing, but eventually It's not going to be too great. And great, I'm frozen now. I don't know
Yeah,
if you guys
that's
are
what
too.
happens when it lags,
Yeah, I
right?
really decided to
So,
pause it. Let's go back to like 130 real quick while it's still frozen. I'm just gonna pause at 130 until it's unfrozen here because it's still stuck at 140 for me.
all right, looks like we're good. Yep.
Yeah, I'm back at 130. Let's just give it a second.
They started again.
Yeah, they start. I'm just gonna give it 2 seconds here. All right, ready?
Yep.
Just countdown real quick, Pop Tart. All right,
All right.
we're
Yeah,
back.
we just
Perfect.
a little bit of pausing here and there never hurt anything.
You can't have a series without a pause that instantly makes the game freeze. So now everybody going back to the respective lanes here, but yeah, like you noted, no heal for Jin and Leona, which is not great considering how squishy they're going to be later on, especially when OTF starts really popping off and if Simply Q and Barbarian start getting the better of them in little trades.
Yeah, Abound just took a very awkward path to go to the Raptors to show, basically avoid that ward of where he's gonna actually go. If you notice that, he actually went around, took the blast cone over, and went to the Raptors.
Yeah, went around the back of
Mhm.
Wolves.
Oh, that's level 2,
And down
and
to
that's gonna
red.
force
Yeah,
Physiology to actually flash most likely. Nope. Huh.
physiology getting chunked out just a little bit there. Not a bad trade
Mhm.
for Megatron and physiology. They take a little bit of health away from Q and CB. So I think they come out ahead in that one. No summoners burned, however. Sakroza getting ready to go Mega here, potentially
Mhm.
looking to take a trade with Northward.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that Megatron and Physiology didn't need to blow anything right there, especially when the level 2 was in Rivals bot lane favor.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised myself with the way they got right on top of them and
Mhm.
instantly started proccing that Braum passive.
And back to level 2s, CS is barely on Megatron's favor. In top lane, Sakroza is getting the CS lead, and all over the map it looks mostly even, just farming up, getting to that late game point. We do see both Ornn and Jarvan in this bot side, looking for potential counter ganks, but nothing's gonna happen.
Ooh, a big
Oh,
collapse coming in onto a bound here. Gonna hit the knock. A bound should be forced to flash. Gonna get the knock up. The root not quite gonna land. Neither is
yeah,
gonna be the case. There's the flash over the wall.
yeah. We're gonna have to pause in just a few minutes. It looks like there is gonna be a long pause, in the game. So let's go ahead and do that. We will be right back.
All right, everybody, we are back. Looks like we saw a restart router come
Mhm.
through real quick. Someone's internet taking a doo-doo on them. So we're back into it. Sorry about the delay. So no real lull in the action here as it hasn't really popped off just yet. But Bully, what are we seeing around the map right now?
I mean, I forget what happened. Nah, just kidding. But yeah, it was quite a while. You know, we everyone was about doing the same thing. Right now, we see actually a big CS lead coming up for East and 8, the mid lane. About 13 CS, and we
Ooh,
see a gauge coming in from
initiation. Zenith Blade comes through from
Physiology.
Physiology. CB taken down very low here, but as has Physiology. Ignite's going to get popped, and the Flash Physiology will get traded on here. CB Barbarian's going to flash away.
Oh!
Megatron's going to flash forward. Fourth shot. Going to pick up that kill. Very nicely done on the trade. Support for support.
Yeah, and is it because Megatron opted to go for the cleanse here? They lost that trade. It wasn't a gauge by Physiology. They were opting to take that, but without that many combat spells, Simply Q and CP Barbarian were able to get the first blood onto Physiology. It was traded back, however.
And not a whole lot you can do in that situation without the heal. Eyesight opting to start with this dragon here as Leon is coming back in the lane and Abound is on the bot side over towards blue. So we'll see what happens here. They should know.
Oh, look like
With
they're gonna get
Lucian moving up.
collapsed on.
Yeah, this is
And
not going to be a good fight
eyesight
here.
low.
Eyesight's so low. They have to give this up now. They just leashed that dragon for him.
Oh!
W comes through. Didn't quite have that root still. And Cloud Drake going to go over to CGA. It's not the worst for rivals. I don't ever see it worth fighting for a Cloud Drake, especially for the first Drake.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a free dragon picked up from a bound. Eyesight did try to pick it up, took a lot of damage while doing it, and unfortunately, that's a lot of time wasted for him.
Yeah, it is. He spent a lot of time on that bot side there, got very, very low. So he's going to be doing the rest of this clear super low. Can't really do too much in the way of any ganks, which is what you really want to be doing is J4 early on. And it's another J4 game. It's the third one in a row, in fact, where the jungler's just not doing anything in the early game.
Yeah, and we see a 16 CS lead for a bound, so 4 camps. Level 5, while Eyesight's level 4. He's gonna already getting ahead on this Ornn pick. Has the dragon. It is very unfortunate for Rival so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty even. It's about a 600 gold lead. It's not the worst. It's mainly on that dragon. CB Barbarian needs to be careful there between 3 people putting down that ward. We go back into the bot lane here. Simply Q, level 5. CB Barbarian now level 4 as it took him a little bit to get into the lane. He's finally level 5 here. Looks like he's going to go in. Misses the Q, though. That's pretty big. A big trade coming back on here. Barbarian getting taken down.
And
About
here's again,
3/4 of
Physiology
his
opts to
health.
go in, and Physiology might be taking a lot of damage. He does.
Megatron, no mana left either. Physiology traded back. Simply Q kind of left to free hit on
Yeah,
that there.
and
Bully,
here's the
I'll
big
be
thing,
right back.
right?
1
Megatron
second.
hasn't gone back yet. There's a lot of gold yet to spend. Simply Q already went back and has a new quiver above, so that might have been a terrible engage for Physiology, and just didn't get punished for it. And I think Fury might be getting his food. I'm not completely positive, but right now Simply Q is gonna have this shoved in, while Megatron will need to back eventually to get their items. And it's just going to be a lull at this point, while it's just going to be a CS battle back and forth in top
Sorry
lane,
about that.
mid lane, and bot lane.
Yeah, pretty even across the board. Main discrepancy that we're going to see right now is Easton 8, still with about an 11 CS lead in the mid lane there on this Corki. Still has 72 stacks of that call remaining, but should be relatively thinned out here now that he is level 8. The one thing I still am not a big fan of is that Dark Harvest, though.
It has 0 stacks. Yeah, that's
0 stacks in 8 minutes.
yeah, especially when you're playing this Corki, you're gonna eventually get your Dark Harvest stacks when you start getting your ultimate. But like at that point, you could be already getting a couple hundred in gold from your first strike, and first strike does do a lot of damage anyway. So yes, you have a CS lead, but the Dark Harvest is right now is not doing too much for you.
No, definitely not. By the time you do start using it, it's just not going to be worth it. The damage you're going to be doing is negligible with Dark Harvest because you're already going to be at that one shot potential. Uh, so Dark Harvest is a little bit of a maybe a lapse in judgment on the picks there, but we'll have to see once it starts actually getting utilized. As we do see the blue of a bound being stolen here, as he is top
Yep.
taking Rift Herald.
Yep, and it was pinged out. That's why Eyesight actually went for it, but he will opt to not go for the rest of the jungle camp. So just taking the blue away for the Rift Herald. That Rift Herald will get popped, getting some more gold in the pockets of their carries. And I'm interested to see where Abound decides to go. I think Abound thinks that Eyesight's taking his whole bot side jungle.
I was going to say, I would like to see Eyesight roam top here with the Rift Herald being taken down because Sakroza's at a disadvantage here. In the 2v1, could have had that dropped on him, the Rift Herald, but looks like Abound opted to take a back here as
Oh,
Easton going to get hit by the baby cage. The knockup comes through. Easton is just deleted off the face of the earth. Good night.
and that's the power of Vagar, where it could just one shot. And this is gonna give control of Dragon over to rivals. Abound did go back, picked up a little bit of items, and so far, Megatron has not gone back yet. So it's gonna be very tough for CGA to actually contest this Dragon.
Oh, the ultimate just coming through right away. Immediately stopped. There's strange Ornhorn coming in there, but CB Barbarian will probably still be taken out here. There's the ultimate curtain call coming through. Misses every other shot. Eyesight's going to come through. Going to hit the one knockup onto Abound. Simply Q. Still trying to trade back, but is unable to on the physiology there. OTF opting to back while all that was going on. So they have 4 members in the bot lane here. Nothing really to trade back. They pick up 1 kill, but they used a lot for it. 2 ultimates,
Yeah,
and they get I should say 3 ultimates,
three
even,
ultimates.
and then
Yeah.
a flash from physiology.
Yeah, but they still have the package, so they can just reset really quickly, go back and use this package to deter rivals off this dragon. But that almost went poorly for CGA. They did end up getting one. They burned a lot for it, and oh, looks like he
Well, there's the
almost
package
got
used
caught.
instantly. Did I don't know if was that a misclick or did they
No,
really
he
just
went
want to
to
do
shove.
that?
He wanted to shove the wave in so they could use his herald, but that could have been very dangerous to do that kind of technique because if you get caught in the baby cage, you
Yeah.
might just get blown up, especially when Vagar has the primordial burst in his kit.
Yeah, that was a quick cooldown on his ultimate for Primordial Burst. So he's gonna have that up uh, again, but now there's nothing really to contest this Drake with. There's Physiology's ultimate and Northwards if he decides to come down, but he can't because he just burned TP. So nobody really has any ultimates to stop this dragon, but Eyesight opting to take a back instead of going
Uh-oh.
for it, and we are going to see Sakroza, another DC coming through. I don't know that they have much pause time left, though, if
They
they
immediately
can.
reconnected.
Immediate reconnect. All right.
Well, maybe, but yeah, it looks like the Croza is having problems in the top lane with the DC issues, but this second dragon is still up. Both teams are trying to go for control of it. Jin finally back, Megatron finally back, got the Gale Force. Oh, looks like
Bounce could take a
Eyesight,
lot of damage
yeah,
here.
Eyesight procs the dragon, forcing Bound to actually take about a third of his health.
Yeah, that's not a great way to start that off. Dragon is going to reset here as well, so Bound down significantly in health. It's a 4v4 on the bot side for some strange reason. And nobody's really going back up to mid. It looks like OTF finally making the way down there, but another Ornhorn stopped by CB the Barbarian. But the curtain call is going to come through. It's going to be him dead yet again to that curtain call there.
Yeah, now Easton has the roam priority in that lane. We saw him getting out roam last game, but is able to get more kills. We keep seeing the Call of the Forge guard used and then just getting blocked, but still Braum is just getting absolutely torn to bits. But that's only 3 kills down on Braum. Lucian's still up in quite a bit of CS, and even though Jin has 3 kills, that's 3 kills on a Jin, and you still have a lot of damage to kill the Jin.
Right, and yeah, I mean, what this is such a weird movement up in the top side here.
That
Um,
interaction was funny.
Yeah, 3 kills on the Jin, but 3 on the support. You're not getting a lot of gold for the 3 kills that you have. They're still down 100 gold right now and have a 300 gold shutdown. So Simply
Yeah,
Q is still simply stronger than Megatron.
yeah.
So the 3 kills that Megatron have gotten have kind of hindered Jin more than helped,
And one
realistically.
thing that we didn't think that was going to happen, 2 dragons for CGA, even
Yep.
with, we a lot of priority happened in the bot side with rivals, but it's just like all the pressure putting on the bot side of the rivals team was able to get them priority over this dragon at the times they wanted to, and then they took it. But we haven't seen Eyesight actually make a lot of plays. It looks like he's actually trying to getting out ganked by the Abound so far.
No, for sure. Yeah, Bounce is coming in using that ultimate.
Hmm.
Eyesight not doing a lot on the J4. I'd just like to see more in general. I don't know why junglers think they need a power farm when they're playing J4 and not just turbo gank in the early
I
game.
think right now he feels like he doesn't exactly know where to go, especially because top lane is pretty difficult to actually gank. Mid lane, still have the Corki Valkyrie. I wish he actually went bot a lot more, but the thing is, I think it's more on Q and CB Barbarian. They're actually pushing in a lot harder than allowing Eyesight to get into a ganking position unless it was through lane.
hmm Well, for sure. The thing is, though, like OTF has the cage, has the event horizon. It's
Oh,
hard
here we
for
go.
Corki to get out of that.
We're
And
gonna see it happen.
seeing a fight up, and
And
there's the
see,
Valkyrie used nice and early there.
yep, and that's where the Valkyrie is very easy because the event cage event horizon doesn't drop immediate like it used to back in the good old days.
The
Um,
thing is, though, with that is that was a very, very obvious gank. So if Ethan
yes,
didn't Valkyrie away from it, that's an issue. If OTF just throws out a random cage out of nowhere, I don't think Easton is able to move in time.
and
But OTF made it very obvious that
like we saw
eyesight
the
was there.
first game, Q and CB Barbarian take the first turret in the game in the bot lane, and it's actually gonna take the enemy blue buff. CGA's blue buff is gonna be gone, but we see 3 champions rotating top lane here, and looks like Abound is gonna just look for a little vision in the top side of Rivals jungle.
And eyesight going to go ahead and immediately clear that out. Both of those wards here. But there is 3 top side. I don't know if there's much you can do to stop that because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Rift Herald is still available to Abound.
Yeah, and right now, is this a lot of XP going over to Q? We see the gold lead or CS lead almost 30 at this point. Top lane will be taken, but right now the strongest member of the team with the most kills on CGA is being in a lane by themselves and can't really get the CS because of how much pressure Braum Lucian is. They will be able to get it now
Yeah.
though.
It's still down about 30 CS to Simply Q as well. Another charge to go off on the top side here. Eyesight and Sakroza up here to try to stop it. 3 in the mid lane, though.
Yep, and that's
TB.
a Predator burned when that's a I gotta get out of dodge for Easton. They will get out very easily with the Valkyrie again, and right now Megatron does have free time in the spot lane, able to pick up the CS, reducing the CS lead by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, 23 now, 20 now instead of the 30 that it just was. Simply Q has just backed. It looks like we are going to see OTF go into the bot lane here. If OTF just walks up to Megatron, they could very easily get a solo Q kill. Solo kill. Because Megatron doesn't have a heal and hasn't really used the cleanse to their
Yeah,
advantage in this game yet.
yeah, that's where it comes into play. Where it's like, was the cleanse really worth it? Yes, I feel like if you do get hit by the Vega or Baby Cage, it's just almost spells doom because that means you're just too close to the entire team at that point.
Right.
But
Yeah, you're just too close to get it ulted.
yeah, unless you like instantly cleanse and then you might have to flash as well. But just in value perspective, just in the game so far, it hasn't been worth it.
No, definitely not. As
Who knows?
Mountain is up here in 5 seconds. We'll see if Megatron gets to use it in the
Might come
ensuing
clutch. Never
fight
know.
that's probably going to be coming up here.
Right here.
Physiology over the wall
Oh,
with a
big
nice
fight.
double Zenith Blade, double ultimate from Abound here, and CB Barbarian uses that shield in the completely wrong way as Physiology
Yep.
get to pick up that kill for themselves. One for Easton, one for
So
Physiology.
Oh, it
Oh,
looks
the
like
flash
Physiology wants to
Zenith
go in.
Blade onto OTF there. OTF may just fall here as well. Nice
OTF is
Cataclysm
caught in.
coming through, but
Oh,
Eyesight,
wait.
let OTF out! Oh my god, that was such a terrible play.
Here's one big thing, though. If you did not notice, a Bound was trapped. Couldn't move in that corner. It was trapped against the wall, And
Yep.
that was pretty funny, but, it does end up being OTF going down Physiology, so definitely worth on CG's end, and they will get the Dragons, putting them on soul point.
Yeah, that should be an easy soul point, completely uncontested. Um, Eyesight, man, you can't just leave your mid laner in there. OTF gonna get taken down. Shutdown goes over, I believe, to Easton, who picked up that kill there. So Corki now sitting on 2k gold, about 1,500 above OTF at this point.
Yep, Hesford stacks in the Dark Harvest, and Mount Soul will be absolutely huge if you are Leona, if you're Ornn, uh, and that's where Kraken Slayers actually might come handy when you're against these mega tanks, especially against a Camille as well. Uh, the only problem is right now they are losing the entire map. Yes, it's the 1k gold lead, but losing control of these objectives this early on when Ornn is going to infinitely scale, you're going to see Corki infinitely scale. And not even that, Corki's going to be able to play with a lot of range, able to make these fights almost unbearable for rivals is going to be an issue.
Yeah, it's really all going to be up to OTF using the Event Horizon in the best possible way, and that's stopping Easton from being able to get into the backline with the
Almost,
Valkyrie and
Ethan
package.
might not even need to get to the backline, right? He could
Right.
literally just spam his rockets, spam rockets. If he's able to hit OTF once with a big rocket, OTF is almost out of the fight.
That's true, but the problem is you need to get to the backline, because if not, Eyesight and Sakroza and CB Barbarian are going to jump onto your backline. And Megatron and Easton are just going to be dead instantly. Northward isn't really doing too much in this game.
I
The
mean,
free
top lane.
farming.
Top lane is
Yeah.
just like, you guys want a handshake? We're gonna have a fun time here.
It's
But
literally just let's handshake for CS, the old school way, and plated steel caps with a Triforce on Northward at the moment.
yep, and right now we're just gonna see a little swap of, oh, looks like again the blue buff is gonna be gone. I feel like Abound hasn't seen the last 3 blue buffs.
Oh,
It's
it actually
reset.
reset. Okay, so well, Bound's not going to see it anyway because I think that's just going to get taken by Northward.
Yep, most likely. Oh,
Oh, wait, no, they're going to fight for it. Eyesight
oh, no,
decided
he
to
won't.
take that. Okay, they're going to walk forward here. Physiology going to go golden. Curtain call coming through from the Jhin. Sakroza
Wow, that's
not going to
5
go
people
stop
here.
it. Nice ultimate coming through from the Ornn. Not going to get stopped by the shield. Physiology finally going to go down here, but so much has been used on the Leona. It's not going to matter. Simply Q is going to absolutely shred through Abound's health, as well as Megatron, or excuse me, Northwards, who's able to run away. Megatron now popping that cleanse, I think was on a
It was a late cleanse, but
cage.
yeah,
It
it
a bit
was
late.
it ended up being a terrible fight from the beginning where
Yeah.
it was like I need to help, I need to help. They fought for blue buff when they didn't have the numbers advantage. It was a late TP from Easton, and that they just weren't in the position to ever fight that. They tried to re-engage, but that re-engage was, not there.
No, not at all. I mean, even with how much they used to finally take out Physiology, like, I mean, it was very well done. Megatron got free curtain calls out. I thought that Sakroza was going to go to the backside to try to stop Megatron from ulting. But Megatron got the full ult through. Abound got the full ult through as well because CB put up the shield the wrong way. And even through all that, somehow, someway, Rivals end up winning.
Yeah, it was just being able to just out tank them right now. I guess it was where CB the Barbarian was too tanky to kill. I believe Megatron was literally targeting them and not able to kill. It was definitely a botch fight, and just losing Leona or at that point would have been totally fine. It's like we were mispositioned, but they insisted
Right.
to actually try to go for a bigger fight, and they ended up losing a lot more than that.
And now, it's kind of swapped around a bit. The priority is now on the Dragon for the side of CGA. The problem is they're all backing after getting all that vision down, and it's 40 seconds until the drag's up, which should give rivals ample time to get back in there and trade over some vision, but they're not even making a move toward it. They need to be on this. I don't know if they remember that this is Soul Point.
Yep, and if Sekroza decides to go and help out in this dragon, that's probably going to be a probably
Maybe an
inhibitor turret, yeah, gone. So they just gotta be careful of that. They need to try to get this pushed out. But then again, Northward could look for a play and look for a flank on one of these plays if they're able to get any kind of deep vision down. But it looks like it's all swept out.
Yeah, the
And
thing is,
we
I
do have
don't
the
know how
Mega
much
Marquis
damage
again.
Northward does yet because the Crows is just jumping away from the damage. I don't know what the Crows
they're looking
can
for
do yet.
engage
Megatron
immediately.
instant flash.
And this,
Nothing happening yet.
yeah, they're just gonna end up starting this off, and they're about is gonna look for
there
this.
we go. There goes the Horn. TP from behind from Northward. Dragon's already gone. Baby Cage comes up to lock in Easton. Nice Solar Flare comes down as well as the Curtain Call. But man,
There it is.
Easton is just not even close to being able to live through this. Simply Q getting free damage down on the backline, even though all of Rivals is dangerously low here. Finally, we'll get a double kill over to the side of Megatron. Triple kill before they fall. It's not going to matter as we see a shutdown come through onto Sekroza, and OTF is just getting stronger and stronger.
I think that was completely botched macro decision by CGA. I don't think you even can test that dragon whatsoever. You see the TP already go in for Sekroza with Meganar.
Right.
You leave Northward up there. Just let him take the towers. Let him take the towers.
Yeah, there's no need to call for that. Like, you can
literally
dance
lose
around
what?
it. You don't need to
Yeah.
even start that dragon fight. You can stall
Yeah.
for Northward to continue to push and get a free
Yeah,
in
you
here
lose
before
what?
that
What do you
dragon's even
lose?
started.
You lose a dragon instead of just going for a full 5 in a positioning, or when you're out positioned in that fight. And you get a lot more gold in your pockets. You create more pressure on the map, especially if you get an inhibitor turret. You can literally dance around the map and force someone else to defend that eventually for the next dragon.
Right. And that one Mountain Drake at 25 minutes isn't going to do a whole lot for the side of Rivals for maybe another 5-6 minutes when people actually start getting tankier. Braum right now probably tankiest member. Eyesight obviously has that chem tech, but Zonia's is the second item. So you could have given that dragon over and not really lost a whole lot in the way of utility. And now they've got 3 tops, so it looks like they're trying to prep around that Baron.
Oh, that's
Hey,
interesting. It looks
what
like
did he drag there?
Easton actually opted to go for the Leandries instead of the Luna's Echo, and we know how much damage Luna's Echoes do because of the passive magic pen you get from these legendary items.
Oh,
North is
Northward. Baby
in the
Cage,
dangerous
good
area.
night. There's the ultimate from OTF. Not quite going to get it. They're going to get it
Simply
over
Q
to
just gave me
Simply
that.
Q. Yeah. I mean, not a bad move. Let everybody get their share of the gold in that. I don't think it matters who gets the kill because OTF and Simply Q are both very
Whoa,
strong.
that's a
This
started.
is a bad play. I don't know about starting this
Uh-oh.
up. 3 people in the cage. And so much damage goes down. A Bound instantly gets shredded there. OTF forced to go gold, and Curtain Call is going to come through. OTF being left completely alone.
Yeah.
Why is nobody helping him? Sekroza is now trying to get out here. Physiology doing so much in the way of the CC. A Bound getting taken down very low here. Megatron going to be able to pick up another kill. Sekroza is going to be going down here as well. Why are you even staying? Simply Q showing up a little bit late to the party here. Physiology is no threat to him. That was just a really bad play for Rivals.
It was just everyone going one by one, and Rivals just had the advantage, and they just end up throwing it. Simply Q is going to be
Baron.
looking to, possibly use the calling over the pit, but let's see what happens here. And
Not
that's just a
quite.
leash.
Yep, just a leash, that's it. And Simply Q's dead here. Easton's going to Valkyrie over the wall.
Yeah. Most likely, but
Simply Q's just gonna, he's just going to tower
oh,
out here.
let's see if he ends up getting his caught here. Even though that's
Nice,
still
not bad.
Simply Q off the mat for 45 seconds.
Yeah.
You execute, but now you get priority over this dragon if you want it, or you can send Northward to this top lane to get these towers and force someone to respond to him because he is extremely strong right now.
Yeah, Bound as well. Very, very tanky here. Has the upgraded chem tech. hasn't quite upgraded anything else just yet, even though I think it's available. Being level 14 here now. We'll
Yep.
see what he opts to upgrade. I'm not sure what the
Yeah.
best option would be at the moment.
Oh, and looks like a Bound tried to dash into the tower or the wall, but he's so tanky that it doesn't matter.
Instantly gets stopped up. Like you said, doesn't really matter. OTF actually gets,
Hmm.
I would say, the worst end of that trade there because the Bound's going to heal up everything he just lost very quickly. OTF, not so much. Drags up in 25 seconds, soul point. They will have to fight around this.
Yep, and we look at Northward is looking to get this mid lane push, and uh-oh, that's
Oh,
not where you want
Physiology
to
way
be.
too in. Here comes the ultimate from the Ornhorn, immediately stopped yet again by Barbarian. Curtain call comes down. Not going to do too much here. So that's a
And
pretty big pick.
yeah, you definitely overstepped that in that area. Knowing when the dragon's just gonna spot, you know the entire rival team is gonna be in that area. There's no reason to step in there unless you have prior vision to where they are, and just like that, the throws are happening.
Yeah, the throws on both sides, really, and it looks like this is going to be the Drake going over to J4. A bound's going to go down, as is Easton. 50-second death time. We'll see you guys in a minute as Northward and Megatron trying to run away here. Obviously, there's no Baron on the board. Can't really do much except for kind of just call it an ARAM and try to pick up another tower.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, we've seen the same thing where it feels like it's in the like all in for this fourth dragon. There's no it's not a necessity, right? You have
Right.
Camille with Baron buff, not in a side wave, when they could do the most damage. And instead, they try to call everyone up. They try to get Vision as like 3 members when they're just running into 5,
Mhm.
and it's just gonna keep being a throw after throw at this point.
Yeah. And I don't know if there was a miscommunication in the jungle there with Physiology thinking that everyone was going to follow him in, but goes way too deep, ends up falling. Physiology is a pretty key member in these team fights, has so much lockdown, so much CC, is virtually unkillable when he has the rest of the team around him.
Yeah, I think the mindset of just like we need this dragon no matter what from CGA is what's losing them control of this game. When they could be playing
Mhm.
for the entire board and just taking the free gold that's just gifted to them across the map.
I think you see this a lot in gold teams specifically, is they think they're more behind than they actually are, and they think they have to go for these desperation plays, and all they're doing is coin flipping every fight from then on. They're like, okay, we need to win this big team fight. Then they lose the team fight, and then the next team fight that comes up, okay, we need to win this team fight. They forgot they can just go back to side lanes and farm. Like you can do that and just get gold and get more items and then come back to the fight. But when you keep on taking these bad fights and allowing rivals to continuously get more and more ahead, you're just bleeding yourself. Like there's
Especially when
nothing you can do
OTF
now.
is now, has
Huge.
the Rabadon's death cap, can do so much damage, even to Ornn at this point. Like, with the, close to finishing a full Void Staff, it's going to
Mhm.
be absolutely terrible. OTF is now level 17, is looking to do some big damage. The only caveat is if OTF goes down, that's the moment where CGA can't strike back.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Simply Q is still gonna be a menace if he has the right positioning. And I think what was it in last game, Easton 8 had, what did we say, 750 AP with his tank items. OTF is sitting at 944 with full AP.
No, it was actually like
Uh,
around like 38 minutes where we said it was
was
700
it
AP.
38? Okay, so we'll recheck here back in 6 minutes when OTF has 1100 AP, I guess.
Yeah, so it's wow. Yeah, so definitely if you get too close, you're just dead. That's
Yeah,
just what it is. We will
yeah,
see
definitely.
Northward against the OTF in the bot lane. I still think that Northward could outplay OTF very well.
100%.
If
Guys, the Death's Dance.
yeah, having the Death Stance, the Hextech Ultimatum, could dodge the ultimate if necessary.
Mhm.
So that could be something you don't want if you're rivals, that you just put OTF in a lane where no one could contest.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the chance. I would just keep sending him down there to clear wave and then back up. I wouldn't let Northward on top of me, though. Camille's still very scary champion. Level 18, 314 CS. Simply Q for measure has 4 more CS and is down 3 levels to northward. So it's a very scary Camille.
Yeah, and we will
Uh-oh, speaking
possibly
of
see.
northward, OTF gonna get jumped on here. Immediately
Oh,
throws up the cage.
oh
Wow,
my God.
Northward needs to run now. OTF pushes R and Northward's dead.
Yeah, I think even OTF just like confused. I was like, oh wow, I just did a lot of damage.
I feel like Northward just forgot to push R or something. I feel like if he pushed R there, he does a lot more in that fight, but OTF played that pretty well. Throws up the event horizon, flashes out, gets a lot of damage in.
Whew. Yeah, that's what you don't want to face right there.
No,
But
not at all. Baron's up, and then we have Soul in 30 seconds.
we have Soul, we have Baron. Looks like a Bound and Physiology are immediately going for it, but it is blue warded. It was taken off as well, so they know this is happening. It's getting pinged out, and Northward is just
They're going to
gonna
lose
opt
both
to
because Northward's
get.
going for it and Simply Q backed off of it.
Yeah,
So
it's
this
gonna
is
get Baron just
100%
being
Baron.
taken. Yeah, they just gotta run at this point.
Okay, ultimate coming through. Eyesight's going to go golden. Very nice. And Bound misses the
Bound.
re-R there. And it looks like we're going to see 2 kills immediately.
Yeah, but look what's happening right now in the Dragon Pit.
Dragon Pit, where we...
Being
it's
secured
not
by
getting
Northward.
taken down very quickly.
Nope.
They still have time to move down.
Yeah,
they just have to go quick.
They have to move down real quick. It's not gonna be
Bound's
down.
here.
Oh, the smite is up. The smite is up. Will they be able to get it? They won't be able to get it. They're
They
just gonna-
will. There's the Soul going over for Northward and a Bound there.
And
They
they're
also
playing
pick up the
chase.
Baron.
Northward's gotta run. What are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, they're going for the fight, or going
Yep.
for the CSing, I should say.
It's
A Bound's gone. Good
yeah,
night.
Bound's gone, but like you know, a lot of kills were picked up by rivals. They got a lot of gold in their pocket. The only thing is they lost the soul. They lost the Baron. So let's see what CGA could do with this. Rivals does have time to try to make a play. If they're able to get a pick off on Easton or even Northward, they could push in for an inhibitor.
Thing is here, only 2 members have Baron right now, and I feel like at this point, taking Mountain Soul on the side of CGA is more taking it away from rivals than using it to their advantage. I think Simply Q and OTF are just way too strong at this point. I don't think the Mountain Dragon to the Mountain Soul are really going to give that much utility to CGA to do anything to how strong they are.
Yeah, it's definitely still stats no matter what, and if it does
Yeah,
play out to
sure.
be an Elder Soul, whoever wins that battle is gonna win the game because that soul is a game-ending soul for with the kind of comps that we have here.
Mhm.
The only thing I want to see is how Sakroza could use that Meganar to make a play around the map in these team fights. They have done so far. They've been there when Northward wasn't, and it was where Northward is actually not even part of in the game right now. Just in the
No,
side fight.
not at all. Singular Bread, is this game still going? Yeah, it's only game 3 because each game wants to be 40 minutes long. It's great.
We had a big
4
pause
meets in
time
the
during
bot lane.
this.
That
How much
too, we had 15
damage-
minutes worth of pausing.
Wait, Sakroza might be dead here?
Sakroza's dead zone.
Or-
See you later.
And
You
that's
can't
when
just
Leon
let that happen.
Yep, and we have
CGA's
Northward pushing mid
walking
right now
them
with
on
Baron
now.
as well, so this is a bad spot if you're rivals.
100%. If I'm rivals, I'm yelling at Sakroza and asking why he walked up face first into Easton and ate 6 rockets for no reason.
Yeah.
So mid lane, Northward's going into Eyesight here, and Eyesight needs to be careful. I think Northward could take a dive if they really want to. 4 members bot lane. We're seeing another item being built. There's the Warmog's armor for
I think
a Bound.
this is slightly misplayed by Northward. I think he could just go on top, split the map even more, so that if there is someone isolated, that it's going to take longer for the team to actually respond to it.
100%. Pull them all the way across the map as far away as you can.
Exactly,
that
and that's
you
what
can
exactly what he's
maximize your
doing right now.
push.
But it might be a little bit too late.
Little bit, yeah, because the push on the bot side is over. Probably
Yeah,
should have
Sakroza.
just stayed down there instead of everybody rotating mid, because that kind of just negated what Northward went top to do, because now they're just as close as they were. They should stay bot and continue to push the waves that are down there.
I believe Baron is up, so no more Baron push. This could be look for another play where rivals might look to make it engage onto onto CGA.
They should. Sakros is back up. He's gonna have Meganar. Just a couple auto attacks here could pop it.
We
But he
see
is top against Northward.
we see Baron and Elder coming around at the same time, only 27 seconds apart. That core key package will be definitely used around that area, and I don't think if you're Easton, you do not take that into the middle of everyone, because OTF will just press R on you and one-shot you. I think you use it to try to deter them from engaging, and then you use your rockets to try to poke them out before this fight starts.
Yeah, I think you cut the map in half with it for sure to stop them from crossing over it. And just use your rockets and physiology to stop them from walking forward is probably their best course of action. The thing is, though, I wouldn't even prioritize Baron if
No.
if I'm
Yeah,
CGA.
Either team. I don't think you even go for Baron. I think if someone trades Elder for Baron at this point with that kind of comp, I think it's just doomed. I think it'll just be a hard engage from either team to end the game with Elder.
Right. No, I would definitely agree. Elder is just too strong. 40 minutes into the game too. This isn't like a 4 Drake and then Elder at 25 minutes. It's 6 Drakes, Elder at 40 minutes. So whatever fight happens, realistically, because of the death timers, the game is over. With these minute 10-second death timer.
Yep, and right now you see Northworth pushing on the top side, just getting the shoved in. Elder is going to be up in about 1 minute. Package is about to be taken, getting ready for that, but then they did give up some prio in the mid lane. OTF is matching Northward right now.
He has TP up. Yeah,
Yep.
so that makes sense. Go top. He could probably kill Northward if he wanted to.
Here's the thing.
Oh,
The whole
man,
rival
that's
squad
scary.
was able to run in without getting seen on vision, and Abound is just going to walk in, and it's going to be
scary.
dead for him. Oh.
Well.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, he's seen right now.
There we go. Instant jump. Megatron forced the flash. A nice solar flare onto 3. Abound getting absolutely decimated. Doesn't matter how much health he has because Simply Q's just going to run through him. TP from OTF on the backside here. Northward going to go golden, but it's too little too late. He's delaying the inevitable. Easton now running away as Eyesight chasing him down. Forced the Valkyrie.
Oh, Eyesight's
dead because he's over chasing for no reason.
And now you still have a lot of poke damage.
Can turn. Baby Cage comes down. OTF walking way too far forward as Physiology goes in. He's going to get taken down.
Oh.
A nice auto attack's going to finish off CB the Barbarian there. It's now a 3v2.
Easton still could poke him down. They can't really
do this. All
he
has to do is sit back and push R. Yep. They have to leave this Elder alone now.
Yeah. Just Eyesight going in too deep. Actually lost him that potential Elder.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. They had the game in their grasp. They had a great play. They killed off Abound, and then they killed off Northward. And unfortunately, they just tried to end the game right there.
That was a big win for them in that fight, which turned into a big loss. Like, even though they came out on top with 3 for 2, they lose because now the game is continuing on. Physiology is just getting stronger, tankier. And then Easton is just going to still lay out damage from 1,000 feet away.
Yeah, I believe Easton did go back. And we see Orin just picking up a lot more items as well. It looks like right now Rivals trying to get the mid priority right now in this fight, but this could be Abound looking for a potential.
Oh, Northward going down for sure. Ends up burning. That's a big pick right there. Already a 5 for 4. Ultimate being used by OTF, but that should be right back up by the time this fight really starts getting kicked off.
Yeah,
Easton over the wall with this damage. Eyesight is so low. Elder is coming up. Here comes the Ornhorn. Not going to get stopped, but Abound calls it off. That's going to be the Elder taking Eyesight going in, but Simply Q so low from Easton's rockets. Just Easton doesn't have to do anything. Sits over a wall and just shoots people. But they're going to back and try to reset.
Yeah, they're going to be on the timer now. It's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds is what I think Elder is. But
I'm going to go to sleep by the time the next game even starts.
I know. I mean, it's too hyped to go to bed, but it's this back and forth constantly. It's just getting where there's some missteps. Northward dying right there, and just honestly, like that would have been a massive Dragon Dance because Eason has that range in that fight, and OTF is able to pick out Northward and secure himself the Elder. But if they go for this Baron with this Elder, they're gonna use the rest of their Elder.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad move to take it, just take everything off the map, but they should just look for fights. Uh, 45 minutes into the game, objectives aren't really the big deal for you. But it is going to force CGA to try to contest, and they can turn it from there. Northward's bot side, no TP. So that's not a great play for him. There it goes.
No,
Sikorsky over the wall. Nice Mega Gnar. Immediately
that's
forcing
with
down
Elder,
two.
so that
Leona's
might be his
gone.
game right here.
Yeah, Easton's going to get taken down. Simply Q is just killing everybody. Flash forward. That's a double kill. Abound's going to go down. Northward's pushing bot lane. That is going to be GG.
Yeah, that's 100% game. I think you just don't just allow them to have that Baron. You don't fight for it. You just allow them to have it. You try to, wait till Elder's gone, because when Elder's up, you're just going to get one shot. And we just saw that happen.
Yeah, very nice move. I mean, Baron, not the best play like when you first think about it, but you realize CGA has to do something to not let them take Baron and Elder at the same time. And
Well,
that was
they don't.
just
Okay,
the
so
50 minutes.
they already had it. Like Elder was already down for a minute and probably a minute 30 seconds at that time
Sure.
because they had to take it back. So they let them have the Baron and try to defend their own Nexus instead of taking that fight, because that's going to be a whitewash the entire time if they take a fight when
Right.
rivals have the Elder. So right there, we just saw a back and forth game, and wow, that was actually correct.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, my Discord just killed itself when we got out of the game as usual.
Oh.
But yeah, no, that whole game was absolutely insane. 45 minutes, because of course it's 45 minutes. But very well fought, back and forth. If you look at the scoreline, it really was a lot more one-sided than you'd expect it to be for what that game was. 400 CS on Northward, almost full build, but wasn't really doing a whole lot that game.
He wasn't like a big factor. Yes, he was big, like he had a lot of CS, but when the time came to it, it was either he got picked off, either like trying to push waves, or he wasn't able to get onto his backline, and it just ended up becoming an issue where the fights were becoming like they finished before he was even been able to be a factor. So
yeah, I mean, 9,500 damage on a Camille in a 45-minute game is not good. It's 500 damage a minute. They're like just under that, I think. That's like 3 auto attacks
it
at
was
the
definitely
30-minute mark.
Against the Simply Q OTF show. OTF was able
Yeah.
to do extremely well. A big thing about CB Barbarian, he was able to stop a lot of these Call of the Forge gods, and we see the damage charts on side of rivals.
Braum did more damage than Ornn.
It's more spread out, but if you look at the damage on CGA, you don't see a lot of damage everywhere. Like even when Megatron did basically start 3-0, a lot of damage was not there. It's just 17k damage in a 45-minute game. And a lot of damage was relied on Easton 8 with this Corgi. But with how much damage was spread around the team for rivals, they were just able to clean up fights whatever started.
Yeah, the issue with Corki doing that much damage is it takes 30 minutes for him to start being able to do that much damage. So realistically, was the last 15 minutes was the Corki show for CGA, just trying to keep his team in it, while Simply Q and Vigar were just absolutely destroying the rest of his team.
Yeah, and I think there's gonna be some adaptations to that, like this game 4, especially either taking blue side if you're CGA and taking even the Veigar again, or just like banning the Veigar back to what they did in game 1, which worked out. I think you do have to chalk up the Ornn pick though, because if you can't ban the Braum and you're let CB the Barbarian take that again against the Ornn, you saw how much it negated in these big team fights, and you can't let that happen unless you ban the Braum, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't think it gets warranted for a ban. I think they have too many things that they need to ban over Braum. And if they're banning Braum, if they see a Braum ban, I think Ornn just gets banned.
Yeah, and I think so. Let's see. I think Litmon Water is up 2-1 on Aftermath. We see New World Esports Mercury 2-2 against Lit on Fire. RPG Cubs 2-1 against Imperial, and then, of course, Rivals up 2-1 against Clown Gaming.
It's a long night, and we'll see if it gets even longer when we get into this next pick and ban. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 4 of a potential 5. Whether or not we go the distance and play Silver Scrapes after this next one, or if it's just a full-on 3-1. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
See me with it. See me with it.
Welcome back, everybody. We are into the pick bans for game number 4 at 11:30 p.m. My name is Fury. I am alongside Bully. And again, as we get back into picks and bans, looks like everything so far staying the same, in line with what we've seen in the past few bans.
Yeah, we're keeping in tune with the 40-minute games, but hopefully not this game. We are looking basically the same bands coming out from Clown Gaming Aristocrats, same bands from Rivals, and they're gonna first pick the Victor, aren't they?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think Clown
Maybe,
Gaming
maybe.
Aristocrats are gonna plan on picking the Victor first pick, and it was a small adaptation that they did with banning the Vagar, but let's see, are they actually gonna pick, or are they just gonna let through?
Oh,
Do
taking a second here.
did it crash?
1 second left. Hello.
Oh, the Trundle.
First pick, Trundle, is a weird one.
I like Trundle. I think Trundle is always that, champion. That at least, hopefully, we don't see a Jarvan here. I'm down.
I don't want to see Jarvan here. I don't want to see Jarvan here just because these junglers have been terrible on them. It's just, I hate seeing it. He's such an easy, brain-dead champ to play. Level 2 hits, you EQ in the mid lane. Or the bot lane, or the top lane, and nobody does it.
They don't want to first pick Victor because of the possibility of Syndra, but they do give Victor back to OTF, who they wanted they banned all 3 games so far. So I'm curious to see if Clown Gaming actually has a counter to that they're willing to play, knowing that they will probably play against a Victor, or if they opted to just do that. They could definitely pick the Corki. We've seen the Corki Victor handshake a lot of the times, and it works out quite well. I don't know if they're gonna opt to do the Corki again, but it definitely worked in game 3. It just fell short because there's not a lot around the team that actually helped out with those kills.
Right. Exactly. So we'll see if they even go for the Syndra like you were talking about there. Maybe they have something up their sleeve, some crazy trick into Victor that they're going to go
Mhm.
for as a counter, but I don't know. I would imagine it has to be because it's been banned every single game and suddenly it's just not. Ash getting picked up. The Trundle. We'll get the Freljord going on here. There's the Rakan for
Yeah,
CGA, not allowing that to get picked up for Zaya.
I do like the Ash pick. Simply said, I think Simply Q was out, basically outplaying their counterpart at Megatron all 3 games so far, and I think having Megatron on a more of a utility champion is gonna allow them to actually you know be in a better
Ooh,
spot.
Diana
We s-
Jungle.
we saw the Diana get banned a couple games or one game or so. So Diana does have like the fastest clear in the game, or yeah, I think Diana does have the fastest clear in the game.
One of them. I mean, Diana was definitely banned in game number 1 by
Mhm.
CGA. And it was in the second phase, though, not in the first. So that was left up. Diana's going to get grabbed. Alawi banned again for some reason. Uh,
Allow we just
I,
no
I
allow
just
we
can't
right
believe it.
games.
Like, there's no way that people just don't know how to play into Alawi.
It's they don't want to.
She's
Like,
such a bad champion.
hey, if Alawi takes over game, it is so annoying. But
Bro,
um,
if I see Alawi push R, I am turning and walking away for 2 seconds, and then I'm good. That's it. Game over. Alawi's dead now.
so the thing I think we might see here is I know Easton does like to do this, but there's a possibility Easton picks out the Karthus mid. Um, would it be a
Oh
good
boy.
pick? Probably
No. No,
kind
it
of
wouldn't
crazy, but
be. Not
um,
in this extremely squishy
yeah.
team that they already have.
Mhm. They they do need quite a bit of damage. They have the Trundle, the Ash. The Ash is gonna be more utility based, in my opinion. But there's a lot of dive, a lot of damage that Rivals already has in their comp. So I'm curious to see what they decide to go for top lane and the mid lane.
They might pull up the volley bear again, potentially. Wouldn't be a
Oh,
bad
the
one.
Gangplank
Ooh, the
thing.
GP. Okay. I'm excited for it. There's not a lot of like real CC from Rivals right now, except for Diana and then Featherstorm from Zaya. Victor, if someone stands in his W for 20 seconds. Uh,
A ton
I
of
would like
damage
to see
so
a little
far,
bit
though.
more utility, but yeah, a lot of damage. But it's smart not to really pick any tank heavy champions because Trundle will just be useless.
Decided to go
Cho'Gath
Cho'Gath.
get
And
picked. We've been seeing him get it used a lot.
yeah, I mean, when you're a Gangplank player, you definitely know what kind of things you hate to play against, and
Mm,
I guess that's what he hates to play against. So he's gonna pick the Cho'Gath and probably has some practice on as well, because you know we see the dark tech a lot.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, Cho'Gath has been played quite a bit. We've seen him mid as well, not only top, so that could be a mid Cho'Gath potentially. More than likely going to be going top as the
Nope.
Oriana's picked up.
Yeah, Oriana. They're looking for that.
PGA
Ah,
has no damage, man.
it's
It's all utility.
yeah, but here's the thing: they didn't pick any tanks, or like Rivals doesn't have a tank so far. But I think they might end up picking that Volley Bear. I think you're. Wait, no, they're not gonna pick the Volley Bear. They have Dyna Jungle.
Yeah, Dyna Jungle GP top, so
I wonder if they take the Braum here. I don't think they will,
it'd be
but
weird to be saving support for last pick
yeah,
though and
you
counter pick.
definitely
That's just a weird choice.
CB the Barbarian did have a very good Braum game. I think he did what he needed to do. They're gonna
Yeah.
opt to get like engage here, so they're gonna look for like the Leona Diana combo to go in.
I like that because they needed more engage besides just that Diana. So Leona, very good pick with the Zaya here.
Mhm.
Uh, they've got a good balance of damage and CC. CGA, a lot of slow, quite a bit of CC, but it's going to take a lot for them to really get online and start doing damage because by the time Ash is doing damage, GP should be one-shotting Ash.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the thing that a lot of people don't know is actually Leona can actually stop Rakan's W, like knockup.
Mhm.
You just gotta time it well with your own Q. So
Yep,
will
for
they have a fast
sure.
enough reaction time to do it? Maybe, maybe not. But this is definitely a different overall team comps that we've seen apart from like in the last 3 games.
Mm.
So I'm more excited for this game because we won't see that Jarvan, who
I'm
we
glad.
saw
Thank
quite a
God.
bit.
Please
Um,
just kick Jarvan out of the games unless you could actually gank.
yeah,
Um, but this game, pretty different dynamic compared to what we've been seeing in the past couple games.
yeah,
Uh, so that'll be interesting to see because now these games really are being played for the late game. Nobody
yep.
is really early game very much. I mean, Diana maybe a little bit. Zaya and then Leona should be okay in the bot lane, but Ashe and Rakan are going to be doing a good job at stopping them from going all in.
So you mentioned this like how Rivals didn't take any tanks, but Leona is, it's gonna
Tanky.
be a pretty big tank, and Trundle is gonna look to ult Leona basically every time Leona decides to engage because that's gonna be an insta kill. They can melt Leona immediately after that, and I think that's where the front to back team fight's gonna end up occurring. Is how Clown Gaming is gonna go with that strategy, and Rakan's most likely should take the exhaust in case of Diana, jumping onto your entire team, and exhaust just negates a lot of that damage. But I'm gonna guess Leona's gonna take that ignite because of the kill potential they already have.
More than likely, yes. I think Ignite is a smarter pick as well, especially when you have a Trundle on the other side of the map, just to negate healing. Uh, especially on that Cho'Gath as well would help out a lot. I'm just hoping they at least take a heal this time around instead of opting to go for the cleanse,
Yeah,
because the
honestly,
cleanse was in good theory last game, but it wasn't optimized very well.
Cleanse is actually pretty good for rivals here, for rivals 80s carry, simply Q. You have the Rakan, you have the Ash Crystal Arrow, so
Mm.
that's actually pretty decent if simply Q decides to take it. Uh, if you're Ash, if you're Megatron, you're probably gonna end up taking the heal in this one.
Yeah, I would think so. I would hope so. Playing Ash, you
Can't believe
should
this is
be
game 4.
yeah, neither can
We're
I.
gonna be
I'm
here all
losing my
night.
voice. Um, Ash Rakan should be safe enough to where you shouldn't need cleanse. Uh, Although it's not terrible because Leona's just gonna be dropping bombs on you all game. And she's your main threat. She's like the main form of CC. So if you can cleanse a Leona ult, you can get away from Diana Moonfall.
Whew.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll go
It's
ahead. I'm going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here.
mhm.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes when we get back onto the Rift for game number 4. So we'll see you guys in 40 more minutes of this at very minimum. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Bing bong. My name is Fury. I'm still here with Bully. We're gonna be here all
What was that?
night. Don't worry. Bing bong is what that was. Standard 5-point setup.
We're
Yet
not
again,
Discord.
nobody wants to go for the invade here. Bully, just based off of the drafts alone, are we ending it here, or are we looking at a 5-game series?
I don't know, but we already have 2 other 5-game series in play, so
Nice.
it's this could be 3 out of 4 that goes to game 5, which would be absolutely insane. We do have one series that ended in RPG Cubs beat Imperial in 4 games.
Yeah,
Something that a
that's
lot of people didn't
crazy.
expect. Yeah.
3-1. Yeah, I don't think anybody expected that.
Yeah.
Except for maybe RPG.
Yeah, and looks like they made some like adjustments in these last few weeks, and they've actually came out like even the seeding week they did extremely well, and then you know they're coming out and looking to play. If I guess Imperial kind of slept on them like everyone else did, and wow,
Yeah, no, that's really good for them. I did want to put them down to win, but like just looking at the pick'ems and everything, I'm like, no, there's no way. IG are just gonna take it home, and
there are always
3-1 for
upsets,
RPG is great.
and you know
For
there's
sure.
just somewhere, and I stated in Otter Talk, I was like, yeah, if there's gonna be a major upset, it'd be the Imperial and RPG. I guess it happened. So.
Yeah, because I think that's really the only one that would be considered an upset, really. I think most of these games were seen as relatively close, and that one, IG, congrats to them making it this far, but RPG, we'll see in the next round.
Yeah.
Now, we got to get back to this game at hand, game number 4 of CGA versus Rivals here. We've swapped sides yet again. CGA on the blue and Rivals on red. Sakroza taking over the role of the GP now. So Northward, the thing is,
Oh my God,
obviously a GP
Northward
player.
Northwoods is going the Halo Blaze Cho'Gath build.
Oh
I'm gonna
no.
love watching this. It's
There's 2 Halo Blades in the game.
yeah. That's interesting that Megatron actually took Halo Blaze.
I thought
But
that was strange.
it's actually called the Dark Tech that I've seen before, where the Halo Blaze Cho'Gath comes into play. It's actually so disgusting.
What are you, Max
And,
W? Or
I believe it's Max E,
or
but
E,
you
I mean spikes?
yeah, yeah, and then I forgot the build is, but it's like oh. Keep that
Flash
hold.
simply Q has to go around the pillar here. Heal comes through. Here comes Eyesight. So nice gank on the bot side. They use Ignite on Physiology, but they get a Flash, and Exhaust, and a heal out of Simply Q and CB.
Yeah, I think Abound actually went for this gank. Oh wait, he's coming back. No, he's not. But Abound went for that gank, going from blue, topside blue, all the way to bot side, and his red buff is still up. If he had red buff on that fight, that's actually a dead Simple Q because of the slow.
The slow and the burn would have been really, really nice to see. And now it's a 2v2 around this mid lane here. Abound just going to be getting that red a little bit late. And Eyesight already had that full clear, and a very quick clear for sure.
And we actually see Easton's going for the electrocute, not going for the phase rush, which you typically see. Looking for that more of a pop in the damage, and Northward getting a little chunk down. You know, it's an early game GP. Won't do insanely amount of damage, but still hurts.
Right. We'll still be able to, do some decent trade back and forth. Sakroza, as long as he's not getting knocked up constantly, he should be okay. Has the orange as well. Easton getting poked out quite a bit, though. OTF having a decent time in the early stages of this lane.
Yeah, and, I think we've came to the point where Abound is looking for this bot lane play. It's going to happen again, because this wave is actually pushing into Megatron and Physiology, and this could be set up for a pretty good gank attempt again, especially when Simply Q doesn't have flash.
For sure, and now that Eyesight's on the top side of the map as well, could be no counter ganking to come through, so Simply Q and CB are
It's Simply K.
very... Simply K?
Yeah, because,
Like K?
Yeah, like, in Spanish, where it's like K, because it's QUE, and that's not how you actually say Q, it's like K, but I'm going to call it Simply Q, because I like that. I'm gonna say I'm just stating the first few letters of their names. And
we're gonna say Simply Quay from
that's
now
not how you
on.
say it.
That's what I'm gonna say. Simply Quee.
No.
I'm just gonna change it every time I say it, I'm gonna say something different now.
I feel like there's a champ or the player that we did it before, where we actually have no idea how they were pronounced, so we just did
Oh
it
god.
in every variation until we got it right. But yeah, I'm gonna
We'll
still
get clarification later.
yeah, and it looks like Bound and OTF did blow their TPs. And again, we see simply Q go back and buy first before Megatron did so.
Yep, comes back with the double long swords there and the boots. So they are going to have a slight advantage here over the wave that's coming in because it's two waves coming in
Yeah,
along with a cannon wave, and that's not optimal back timing for Megatron and Physiology there.
yeah, it's gonna be I feel like just the back timings for rivals in the bot lane have been a lot better than Clown Gaming. And it's shown between like the CS leads that the bot lane has got like earned, I guess,
Sure.
over the games, and they also have priority over this dragon, and they
Oh
will
wow.
actually take this dragon fairly easily, especially with the Diana.
Is this the first Hex Tech Dragon of the whole series?
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
think I
actually.
don't think we've seen one.
Yeah,
I think it's
it's
all
actually
been vanilla dragons.
it's actually a fairly hard first dragon because of how much damage it does, but
Yeah.
just the overall just priority that they had because of the back timings of the bot lane of CGA and just having prio at that time for OTF. It's just free for them.
Yeah, it's a very good start. What's Hex Tech? It's haste and attack speed, so that's pretty good for Simply on the
Yeah,
bot side on this Zaya. Next up, we are going to see the Ocean,
it's
which will be
that kind
another
of
good pickup.
dragon where it's like the best dragon in terms of like the one dragon stats.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's like really annoying to play against, but yeah, this one dragon stats very good. It helps everyone basically on the map.
Yeah, absolutely, and like, especially in the early game here, just a bunch of extra stats, ability haste and attack speed, essentially for free at the 7.5 minute mark. That's very uh, just good on gold, I guess. Like it's just free gold essentially
And
in your pockets.
overall, we see like most of the CS pretty you know close. In the jungle, there is a small league growing. Dyna versus Toronto. Of course, Dyna has a very fast clear speed and is going to be able to clear these camps and make an impact on the map fairly quickly. About getting or Easton getting chunked under his own tower. So a little bit of
Oh my god, speaking of chunked under their own tower, simply eats everything that Megatron has there. Megatron does take a tower shot for all that.
yeah,
But they are going to scope out Diana there with that hawk shot.
yeah. I think a big part of the game is going to be how much of an impact especially like or it's gonna be based on how well synergized these teams are, especially how seen rivals have been
Oh,
basically.
Simply's just dead. Walks way up
Yep.
too far there. The quickness, grand entrance. Megatron's gonna be able to finish off that kill as well.
I
Here
talked about
comes
synergy, but this is
Eyesight
gonna be a little
though.
bit overstayed.
Flash
Megatron,
forward from CB, hits
yeah,
Megatron. Eyesight's gonna hit the crescent. There's not gonna quite use the moonfall
Rosa
there.
was.
And then
Rosa.
Sakroza's gonna take it with that cannon rush from across the map.
And it was a fast play from Megatron and Physiology. They get the kill. All sums burn in the bot lane, and they get a lot of summoners, not summoners, ultimates used for them as well.
That's very true, but at the same time, that's gold going across the map. That's gold going to 4 members
Yep,
of
yep, everyone wants a
rivals
part.
there.
But yeah,
Yeah, the only person not associated with the kill is going to be OTF in the mid lane here, who is sitting at 77 CS. One over Easton, who's holding his own pretty well. Obviously, he's getting chunked out, not really doing too well in the trades, but has enough utility to where he can stay in the lane for long enough and continue to farm.
yeah, and the now CB the Barbarian is gonna feel more comfortable actually roaming, especially when we have the Zaya with the Featherstorm to provide a lot of cover for themselves. It's on cooldown because it was using that last engage, but once that's back up, CB the Barbarian should be able to start roaming mid, try to get these kills onto East and 8, especially when you have a Victor. That's a lot of damage that can go down and can secure a kill fairly easily.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage on the side of rivals mixed in with the sustained damage that they have. But OTF and Eyesight, I would like to see really start picking up the gold because Eyesight on Diana can just
Yeah.
destroy Easton, Megatron, or Physiology
It
so
could be
quickly.
yeah, it could be one of those engages where you just get engaged on so quickly that you can't do anything about it. But I'm
Mhm.
seeing the CS lead actually grow in top lane. 11 CS already for
Yeah.
in the for this kind of thing. And so I think Northworth is gonna go for the I think it's Frostfire Gauntlet into the what's it called?
Tech.
What's the other burn item? I am just blanking right now.
Demonic Embrace.
Demonic Embrace. I think that's what it is. But we see a lot of I see a death coming in the future of physiology or Megatron.
More than likely. There is. Oh, they're
Oh,
gonna jump all the way back with that Moonfall onto Megatron. Gonna try to pick them up. They will with the last auto attack. A bound showing up a little bit too late there. Not gonna be able to do anything. Drags up in 10 seconds. That should be major priority going over to the side of rivals. Sakroza should have his ultimate back up by the time it comes up as well.
yeah, and we see already how much damage Cho'Gath's doing, and so Crows just has to be a little bit careful, especially because of the feast that Cho'Gath has, and it's just used by the way. Um, as I said, it was just used, and a little bit of trade going on mid lane, but that was a good play by Eyesight, getting that priority bot lane, was able to kill off Megatron, getting this priority again on the second dragon. That'll be Ocean's Dragon going on, going
Out with
down.
Soul again this game as well.
Yeah, is that the second game in a row, third game?
It's definitely the second game in a row. It was last game. I don't know about third.
You know,
I
maybe
barely even remember what happened last game.
I'll be happy if we don't go to Elder. I think we just end the
I'd be
game at
very
some
happy if we
point
didn't. Yeah, it's
before that.
25 minutes. Oh my god, why Sakroza walk back 10 feet. Just I can't stand it. Just
Yeah.
walk back to your tower. It costs you nothing
I wonder if he's gonna
except
end
when
up.
you get stopped.
Oh, he's actually gonna stay. So it does stagger his back timing a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to see more of these laners, these solo laners, use their unleash TP in about a minute,
Mhm.
to try to get some plays down with like a flank
You're
TP,
not
or
backing again?
yeah, like a TP bot lane or something.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
we haven't seen a lot of that in this entire like series.
that's true. No one's really gone anywhere other than their own lane. Every time we see a TP,
Uh-oh.
it's to their own areas.
Looks like Eyesight has sight on Easton 8 right now.
Yep, oh, and Easton's going in. The flash, Moonfall, flash over the wall there. And then we do see the Riptail dropped in the bot lane here. Physiology's not quite going to die to
Oh!
tower there. Forces a flash from a bound. There's the ultimate coming down with the cannon barrage. That's going to be Xayah picking one up on a Megatron. CB trying to run away. That Ignite ticking down Physiology.
Yeah,
Very
and
low. No mana. Simply Q. A couple more auto attacks will do it, but not quite going to land it.
I talked about like the synergy's gonna come play. That was just a dive that was unnecessary
Yeah, I
for
don't get that.
CGA. You don't need to do that, and they just lost the life of Megatron yet again trying to do that. They could have just gotten the plays got out. Instead, they hand another kill to Simply Q, who has been very good in this entire series.
I think if you have Volibear, by the way, in the jungle, a bounce on Volibear, that's 100% a worthy dive, because you're turning
You're
off the
able
tower.
to,
But when you have, it's like a 3v3 under a full health tower, just because you have the Rift Herald at 14
yeah.
minutes, it's not going to do a whole lot
And then you've got
to
like
that tower.
it's like Simply Q has the Featherstorm as well. It's like it's not an easy dive. You're playing against a Xayah and a Leona in the, underneath their tower, which can be just death
Yeah.
on your part because of how much CC, how much ways they can get out or just turn the
Leona
fight.
Q autos. Leona uses Zenith Blade. Leona dropped Solar Flare. Leona uses Exhaust.
Featherstorm,
Xayah
Root.
uses Ultimate with her Root, has Heal and Flash. Like, you can't do anything
We saw
against that under tower.
Yeah, we saw both Abound Physiology. I think Megatron as well getting rooted under tower. So
Yeah.
Northward is looking to try to make a play in mid, finds Eyesight there. So it's right now it's not looking too hot for CGA. It just feels like they're not playing together as a team.
No, it feels like maybe it's a lack of communication or something. It just seems like something's off in this game compared to the last couple. But I will say Northward's a tanky boy already. 2,600 health. with that Sunfire Aegis. What's he sitting on stack-wise? 6 stacks.
Rivals,
5 minions and 1 epic monster.
I think this is the type of rivals is why they are doing so well because a lot of these fights, yes, they made some mistakes in the previous games, but they're able to make the better plays across these series. They're able to make sure that they
Ooh, big crit.
big crit. No, it wasn't. It was just a lot of gold in their pocket, but
Yeah, but
yeah,
it was a 700 damage crit though. That's pretty insane. But just Northward's tanky, so he's not really
yeah.
taking a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, he's already super tanky, but that's tower going down the bot lane. And I think that's every game, right? Where no, there's one game that CGA got the first tower, but I think Simply Cute got the tower in the bot lane like almost every game. Is 3 out of 4.
Sounds about right. I think it's always at least the bottom tower that's going down first.
Yeah, I think one of the games was they basically tried to get the mid tower and they died for it, if I'm not mistaken, for CGA. But another dragon coming up, and right now full
They
priority.
spotted about top. Yeah, they know about top side. They're pinging this dragon already. 30 seconds on it. 4 members already moving down. Sakroza will have the TP up in about 10 seconds. Also already has the ultimate up. Northward has nothing to really contest around that Drake unless he's going to back and walk to it, but it's far too late. A bound just back. This is going to be a third Drake at 17 minutes just given over. It looks like unless they make it here quick.
Yeah, it might not look like it, but we've seen it every game where it seems like the vision control in these early game plays are always on the rival side. Especially look at the whole bot side of the map is just lit up, and rivals know exactly what's happening. And this is just a free dragon, putting them on soul point.
Yeah, this is the quickest I think 3 dragons we've seen all series. I don't think anyone's taken 3 dragons pre 20 minutes yet. It's been like 25 by the time we see a third.
And we
Drake,
see Ethan a little bit too far up, but he'll be totally fine. And now they just set their sight on mid tower. They're just going to try to take all these towers, keep gaining these small advantages and make them into big advantages.
Yeah, I think at this point you should send GP bot lane. Let Xayah, Leona go top to start handling that tower. Just because Ashe is going to start free farming here. They are going to send OTF down there, which I think is just as well. But I do think they should send bot lane top.
I honestly don't think Megatron can actually basically stop OTF. I think OTF might end up running Megatron down, forcing a flash or at least the Crystal Edge to come out.
Megatron sitting at a whopping 33 magic resist, and OTF is launching a nice 140 ability power. That's what I'm just saying, though. Like, Megatron's not going to have any resistances. OTF's going to one-shot them.
Yeah, it's, the nature of Victor, especially... Oh, Northward is getting...
Northward. I don't know if that flash was necessary. He's so tanky. I think he could have just walked out of that.
Yeah, I think he was more concerned about just the consistent damage that Diana and Gangplank have. It could have been either a flash early and be able to stay in lane, or a flash late.
Probably going a little bit too early there, but it's gonna all work out. Moonfall comes through. Physiology is gonna be going down to OTF on the back line here. A very nice move from the bot side here as he TPs in. A bound forced to flash away from the death ray. Northward getting taken down dangerously low here. Almost gets taken out by that death ray, but man, Easton gonna hit 2 on that ultimate with the shockwave, but all that's really gonna do is clear out the wave that's there so they can no longer push.
Yeah, and all in all, it was 2 for 1 in a fight that looked like rivals just totally controlled it. Northward got in and feasted on Leona and was able to just walk out for how tanky he already is. So that's something just to note is Northward is going to become a massive tank here and could cause trouble, but so far it looks like the plays are all being made by rivals.
Yeah, rivals are looking really good. I honestly thought CB pulled the trigger just a little bit too quickly on that. Should have waited until they started converging around the tower, but it ended up working anyway. OTF with a very nice TP onto the back line there to finish off a couple of kills and then just force everyone else back. I think they got 3 flashes out of that, maybe even 4. I think Megatron may have flashed as well. A lot of summoners, almost every single ultimate out of that as well. They are now up 2k about 2.4k gold. We'll see a dragon up in about 2 minutes here. Obviously, Baron is already up, but I don't think anybody has quite the damage to take that just yet.
Yeah, I'm actually hoping that Zaya picks up a Lord Doms next, especially because
Has
we
to.
saw how tanky the Cho'Gath and even the Trundle, they're gonna get basically pretty tanky, and Zaya will end up being just shred them and just shred the entire enemy team with that item.
Yeah, I need to see a Morello from OTF, Lord Dom from Simply Q. Then I'll be happy. Northward doing a massive amount of damage to this tower. Not quite going to take it though. Eyesight
I
making their way up. Protobelt forward hits the Q.
I
Not
I
quite going to
really
follow
wants to kill the Cho'Gath, but
it.
um it's going to be very difficult for those two to kill unless they're able to stay on top of Northward. So it seemed like the game just slowed down just a little bit. This next dragon in about a minute is going to be a massive point of contention, especially because rivals have a pretty solidified control of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big point of contention when you bring that up. Northward, no TP, is still topside. So will not have the feast to try and even stop that and steal it away. Sakroza has TP, has ultimate, and then the rest of rivals are getting prepped around it right now.
Yeah.
But as are CGA, Northward is now walking down
Mhm.
to this dragon here.
Yeah, he knows he needs to be there, so he's just gonna get there real quick. It does allow Sakroza to either take this and use the cannon barrage to try to control it, but it's just gonna be a lot of time for this dragon to come up. About 14 seconds. That top lane tower should be going down
They don't
with
even need
that.
to start this dragon. They should just get on the other side, prep around it, and just poke a little bit. Just so they don't take it for free. But I don't think they're going to be losing too much here just by giving over one
Yeah,
Drake.
they get the dragon, and now Sakroza does have the TP, and is TPing in with the cannon barrage gonna be up.
Physiology's caught
Oh,
way out there. Looks like immediately a bound's going to go down. OTF on a killing spree. Looks like Oriana's going to pick up the Drake. Eyesight is actually going to go down. Northward is doing an insane amount of damage. It's not going to be enough as Simply Q is shredding through the front line there. That's going to be an ace for 2. It's going
yeah.
to be the Barbarian and Eyesight being the only ones to fall.
Easton does take the dragon. Is able
This
to
is
get the.
Baron?
Yeah, they're going for
This is
Baron right
Baron
now,
100%. They
and
have so much damage for this.
this is what happens when you play against a team like that. You have Eyesight that just went in and got a big ultimate down on the entire team of CGA, and even though rivals didn't get the dragon, they get the Baron. They got a lot more kills. They got the top lane turret. They're just getting a lot of free gold in pocket, and this gold lead is going to explode into about I believe it's going to be it's going to be a 6k gold lead.
Yep, and they are going to have all 5 members with that Baron. Eyesight just came up as it was getting taken down. But yeah, speaking of Eyesight, that insane Moonfall in the Dragon Pit, exactly where you want to see a Diana ult being used. Very, very well. Even if he died for it, it doesn't matter, right? He gets a 4 or 5-man ultimate, which allows Sakroza, OTF, and Simply Q to just absolutely melt the remaining members.
And just to give people updates, New World Esports Mercury takes down Little Monkeys Fire in a 5-game series,
Nice.
and we have just this game remaining, and then the Aftermath Esports versus Little Monkeys Water match remaining.
Now, in that New World game, weren't Monkeys up like 2-0?
Monkeys were up. No, it was 1-1. It was 1-1.
1-1? Okay.
Monkeys were up 2-1 at some point.
Or was I thinking the other Monkeys game? I think
The other Monkeys were up 2-0.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Big comebacks coming in
Comebacks.
tonight, which could definitely still happen in this game. 5k gold lead, but like we talked about in the last game, we've definitely seen worse. It's actually a little bit more than a 5k gold lead. 7k
It's
gold
about
lead
a
at this point.
6.6k gold lead right now.
Yeah.
So
Still only 2 towers taken off the map in total, though, surprisingly.
yeah, so and we saw this last game where rivals were able to get the towers down, and Clown Gaming couldn't get these tier 1 towers down and ended up getting falling behind in these just gold from towers. But rivals right now seems to have more control than any other games in the series. It looks like this is more one-sided than the first 3 games.
100%. Yeah, this is more one-sided for either team, really. Like, I don't think either team has had this much control this early
Mhm.
in a while, at the very least. Northward, oh my god, he's just huge. That's a scary Cho'Gath.
Mhm.
Not a lot of resistance, though, as OTF does do a considerable amount of damage there.
Yeah, and it ends. Even though like they haven't done a ton with this Baron so far, they've getting these waves pushed in. But this gold lead has just increased by pretty much 1,000. Um, even though Rivals does have this advantage, they could definitely look to be making more aggressive plays, but they just choose not to.
Yeah, they could and they should be as
Mhm.
well, because the longer they let this go on, Megatron's going to come into the game. Easton's going to come back into the game. Northward's just going to get bigger. And then Abound is going to have more utility to steal from Barbarian.
Yeah,
So they could really choke it here. And that's a big problem you see with a lot of these teams is when they're ahead, they don't know how to finish the game off. They go back and they just start slowing down and they allow the other team to start pulling themselves back into it.
yeah, and just looking at ADC items, we see 1.5 items compared to 3. So
Yeah, that's a
definitely,
big difference.
a big difference right there. In top lane, it's a little bit less. You have Crozo sitting on 2.5 items. You see, Northward sitting on 2.5 items. But the biggest thing is like the damage on side of rivals can literally one shot all other 4 members on CGA.
Yeah, I mean, Eyesight, even though they're 0-1 and 9,
Mhm.
couple items under their belt, they don't
And
look
the
super
big, they,
strong, but a
they deserve to
Moonfall.
a lot of those kills. They
Yeah,
definitely deserve a
that's
lot
what
of
I
those
mean.
kills.
Like, it
They
doesn't
just,
look like they're super ahead, but one Moonfall,
Mhm.
like we saw in the last fight. Eyesight, speaking of Moonfalls, you're way over there.
Oh,
Oh, you're on the wrong side of the history here as Physiology gets over the wall, forced to
oh,
flash
that's
over.
shockwave. Just
Man, that
used.
is a shame on the Shockwave. Megatron used ultimate as well. So that's 3 ults down. Only ones left are Abound and Northward.
Yeah, that's. Oh, Abound
Flash
is going
over.
for this.
That was very early, Abound. He's going to get taken down. That's going to be Drake and the Soul at 27 minutes here.
Hmm.
CB Barbarians continue in. Physiology is going to dash right back out, but they're getting burned down. They will finally fall. Eyesight trying to take out Megatron here. Going to go golden. W comes out, dashing forward, gets the shield, finally plays Megatron here. And now they're
I
going to try to
think
push
we
mid. Here
just
comes
saw.
Northward.
I think we just saw the desperation. And oh my gosh, Northworth wants his kill.
Oh, Eyesight just wants to try to get away here. Eats the wrong person. Ate
Yeah.
Sakroza. I think misclick meant to hit Eyesight. Ends up hitting Sakroza instead. Falls
Yeah.
down there. We taking this
Again,
inhib
we
at the very
saw
least.
how this fight was just like immediately botched, and they are gonna be able to take the inhibitor at 28 minutes. So definitely a lot quicker than we've seen in other games. But
They should be able to go by here and take another tower.
yeah, we're
Baron's in 30 seconds. I say take tower, back, reset around that.
Abound tried to go over, try to steal that the dragon soul, but then everyone else tried to collapse on it. If they were gonna attempt to steal that dragon, they just need to send Abound in to flash over to try to steal it. Otherwise, there's no reason to ever fighting for it because a lot of ultimates are already broken or used.
Yeah, that issue is like all the 3 ultimates that were used before that even happened with Physiology, trying to get the pick onto Eyesight. And everybody ended up just whiffing what they had before they can really follow up on it. And now we're seeing them try to take the Baron. I think
Yeah,
they should be able to. Northward has the ultimate. No one's really around it.
yeah, they will go for this, but the cannon barrage is sent, and here comes. Yeah, they were
But
able to
they're
secure
able
it,
to
but
take
this
that.
could.
Eyesight's dead.
Wow.
Sakroza's way too deep here. Sakroza's going to be dead. Okay, nice follow up
And
there.
we go back. Wait,
Oh, they're going to stop
are they
the
actually?
backs here, and they're going to go in. Physiology's dead instantly. CB with a very nice solar flare that came down. Simply Q going to put out that Featherstorm. Not quite get the root there. However, Abound's going to fall, as is Northward. That's an instant triple kill going over to Simply Q here. Megatron now trying to run away. Meanwhile, Easton's back in base trying to stop the push.
Yeah, I believe Megatron was debating if they should actually go back in, but definitely they had the winning fight, and Simply Q wants. Oh wow.
Yeah, the flash
Wait.
forward for the kill. Simply Q,
Oh.
ooh, be careful here.
Mm-hmm. It's It went from a good play to a bad play because they didn't want to walk out together. They ended up stopping for CB the Barbarian to re-engage, especially when Simply Q was actually very strong already.
For sure. The thing is, Megatron, like you were talking about, they were kind of debating whether to stay in or back, and they should have just left. I think the only person actually hit by the solar flare was Northward. If everybody else could have just finished their back, instead they
Yeah.
instantly kind of panicked and tried to turn on that fight, which was
Yeah, they definitely
clearly not
thought
the
they
best
had
choice.
advantage. They were like 5-on-3, but the thing is, you have Desires just sitting in the fog of war. Basically, you're not able to actually get to her at all, and when you can't get to her, your whole team's gonna die trying to trying to do so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we've pretty much been seeing all of this game is that they're not making the best moves on their plays.
Yep.
Their team really has no DPS except for Megatron, but that doesn't really come in until later on in the game. Um, Northward, obviously, he's got the Halo Blades, but this kind of cheesy niche pick isn't doing spectacularly for him.
Northward's just looking to take that and just takes that objective bounty. It's, just slightly less than a 10k gold lead. Of course, we've definitely seen teams throw this. A big shockwave into a massive play, especially because we saw how much damage that can be used on one person, with the side of CGA's comp. But wait, what is going on here?
Okay,
Oh,
what is
no.
happening?
Yeah, he's going to die here.
Yeah, Simply Q's coming in, getting ready to burn him down. Has the LDR, Phantom Dancer, cracking
Uh-oh.
IE. Yeah, they're just going to let him go. Oh,
Uh-oh.
good night, Easton. Moonfall comes through. Goes Golden, going to miss the Solar Flare. It's not really going to matter. The W's up. Nice ultimate coming through.
Oh, wow, he's
nice
still
grand
alive.
entrance. He is still alive. Not for long. The OTF
not for
finally
long.
takes him out. Flash forward. OTF's going to pick up a double kill for himself.
And that
maybe
just
even a
ends
triple
up
kill.
banning the entire
Maybe a
game.
quadra kill. They are going to give him the quadra. Get this man a penta. Find the chill gap.
Wait, Northward's actually got out.
Yeah, Northward just walked away. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're a GP chasing Cho'Gath. You're not gonna do shit. You can't fight it.
Yeah,
He's
but
got
that will
like
be the
8,000 health. That's gonna be game 3-1 for Rivals. Very well fought in the first few rounds there by CGA, but eventually, man, you give him the ace, not even the penta.
I
They're
think
gonna
the
end
was
up.
too late at that point, but
Was it?
it might have been. I think
I
the
don't
time.
know, maybe.
Yes, everyone was dead, but I think the time would have been, a little bit too far gone. I think they would.
Gotcha.
They were technically out of combat at some point.
Probably, yeah. Oh well, that's a shame, but either way, very nicely played by both of these teams. Brought us into a pretty long night. Congratulations to CGA for making it as far as they did, but Rivals will be going into the next round and meeting with who on the bracket?
Let's see. Rivals will play Rangers.
Ooh, that's gonna be a hard game for them.
And then okay, so we see the matchups right now. It'll be, Rivals versus Rangers, New World Esports versus Conduit, Team Ambition Day Spa versus, I believe that series is actually still going, and then Red Panda Gaming Cubs versus CP Ibiza.
Yeah, they're good. Rivals are gonna have a hard time, and so are RPG.
Stream 2 is still alive.
Are they really? Are we finally this week gonna be able to raid 2 instead of them raiding us?
Correct. And
yeah, Diamond and Plat, both of them ended.
Right now, Monkey's Water actually has a slight gold lead on Aftermath, so we should go and tune into that stream. It was a fun 4-game series. Thank God we didn't go to game 5. Right
Thank God, and thank God game 4 wasn't 40 minutes long. But yeah, I've been Fury on play-by-play, Bullies with me on color. Of course, Pop-Tarts behind the scenes producing. We will see you all on BOL 2 as well as next week for the semis for Diamond and Plat, right? semis for them too, and then quarters for
It'll be
gold.
it'll be finals for diamond, and we'll see semis for platinum.
So finals, semis, and then quarters.
Yep, finals, semis, and quarters. Yeah.
Perfect. We are all in sync. Awesome. We'll see you guys later. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right over in BOL2.